the name is still Daddy Issues. Ow. All right,
It's not going away until we resurrect Elias.
Evidently. And you will be reviewing the session this fine evening. You ready for it?
Oh boy.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
No, but I'll do my best.
Attaboy. Speaking as a third-party observer with absolutely no interest in the matter, the good ones, that's you guys, plus Luke, experienced the highs and lows of Valetian life. Arwen was milked of every last drop. Shrine communicated with the dead. Context. Captain Oxen's old lieutenant that he had personally killed came back from the dead, needing to speak to Arwen. But he's busy. Valka had some tantalizing thespian thighs wrapped around her face like a scarf. Alliteration. And Ashen worked on a cute music box project, and then I did a cute little smiley face there. Now, the following morning, worlds collided at Dara Lambrusco's estate. Arwen was told that he has that dog in him, that dog being the bloodline of draconic sorcerers tied to the mighty amethyst dragons. Also, Magician is related to Valentina, that's the old lieutenant we discussed earlier, through some weird dead body-possessing cult ritual thing that we're going to gloss over for the time being. Now, Shrine thought of boys kissing, causing Amadeus emotional damage, and Eska to have blushed cheeks. Now, I will remind the class that this is a joke, although this is a joke, Eska is in fact a CIA operative and is playing into your delusions. Now, Valka watched as her Jewess, very funny I know, walked up to Dara and slapped his goofy ass face for being an asshole to Dasha, our beloved. And Ashen was being cute as hell. Once again, another smiley face. Anyways, a messenger from Santivoci, the Vampire Council in case you forgot, pulled up and gave Valka a letter stating that she better show up to Vampiric Court the next day or quite literally perish. At this point, people started freaking out, and Dara was not fucking with these vibes, so he gave them some horses and told everyone to fuck off, and they did just that. Now back in Velissima, the party did what they did best. They fucked it up. Now, well, kind of. They got fucked up. Now, while Captain Oxen was preparing for Vampire Court, the rest of the group, with Captain Oxen's permission, might I add, dressed for the occasion, and I put out here in italicized font, to grind or get grinded on by some hot bitches. So, everyone, and I mean everyone, dressed in the absolute sluttiest outfit they could find or buy, and went off beneath the city to party in the catacombs with mortals and vampires alike. What does that mean for us? Arwen and Dasha fled into the night on horseback while drunk and high. Give them your keys, ladies and gentlemen. Shrine collected a group of street himbos. Valka had her guts rearranged by Sloane's words and metaphorical horsecock. And Ashen adopted some street twinks before dropping them off on the nearest shelter to be spayed and neutered. And that's where I end with my little summary. And on a 5-point scale, what would you give it?
5 out of 5. Crystal Dragon Jesus was revealed. Unfortunately, the Romans are going to kill Valka instead. The Jew.
Crystal Dragon Jesus?
Crystal Dragon Jesus was revealed.
It was revealed.
Unfortunately, the Romans are going to kill the Jew instead.
Unfortunately, the Romans... Spelled Romans wrong there. The Romans are going to kill the Jew instead.
Hey, guess who thought Rome was still like a country in modern day?
It kind of is.
Me, because there's a city.
Yeah.
I know the Vatican exists and the city Rome exists, and my brain was like, those are the same thing. Rome is still a country. They're not. No.
They're still technically a country.
No, the Vatican's a country. Rome's not a country.
Well,
Rome is a city.
It's Rome, the Vatican is in Rome still, technically.
But the Vatican... the Venn diagram.
I am aware. I know that the Catholics are annoying.
If you're aware, what are you fucking correcting? What are you presenting?
Rome technically still exists through the Vatican, by all definitions.
But Rome is not a country.
It is.
We literally looked up countries that start with the letter R.
I understand.
I will tell everybody this whole fucking...
I understand, but they consider themselves Rome still.
So isn't that weird to have you got a country, Italy,
yeah,
and then you have a city in Italy,
yeah,
Rome,
mm-hmm,
and then you've got a country in that city,
yeah,
Rome,
yeah,
which is the Vatican,
mm-hmm,
and they consider themselves to be the country of Rome, which is itself a city in Italy.
That is correct. They do consider themselves Roman. They do. I know it's annoying.
Davis.
You're allowed to disagree.
Davis.
Did Christopher Nolan write this?
He did, yes.
Considering yourself a Roman is not the same fucking thing as considering the Vatican to be Rome, which I already said I mistakenly did.
Listen.
Why the fuck are you... going against what I'm saying, or like what is the argument?
We
Why
are.
are
You
you
could do
doing
the Holy
this?
Roman Empire 2.0 and just say that America is Rome.
And you don't understand. I'm like actually mad at Davis.
Why
This
are
is
you
this is my
actually
actual
mad?
this is my actual fucking annoyed fucking everything.
Rome
You can tell because I'm
still
not using
exists
good
today.
words.
I understand.
I do not agree with the sentiment, but unfortunately, they still consider themselves to exist. So therefore
Davis,
they exist.
Rome still exists. It's a fucking city. Again, you keep saying things that aren't like even directly fucking. Like, bro, we've been over this.
No. Rome, the country, still exists, as well as the city.
The Vatican is called the Vatican.
Yeah.
It does not
In
start with the letter R.
parentheses, Rome.
It's actually not in parentheses Rome.
It.
We can go to Wikipedia. You know, it's
Okay.
not going to be there.
Vatican City.
Look up the list of country names, like we did before. Like we already fucking did.
Officially, the Vatican City-State is a landlocked independent country, a city-state, microstate, and enclave within Rome, Italy.
Yeah, and within the city, Rome, comma, country, Italy. What is your point?
Let's keep looking here. This is very important. We'll get to the vampire.
Why are you
slaughter zone.
choosing this hill to die on, bro? Why?
Because
You know it's wrong. Why would you choose this hill to die on? I'm so
because
mad.
if we consider the Vatican City Italian, we can't consider them Roman. Wait, let me try that again.
All Italians are fucking
If-
Roman.
No, they are not. No, do not give
You're
them any
right.
clout.
Sicily
do not give them any
exists.
clout. They
We
don't
don't
need
count
it.
the
They're already brain
Sicilians.
delayed.
There's the southern and the northern Italians. I've seen Hitalia. That's what you sound like right now. Rome was a person in Hitalia.
And they kissed, and it was great. Pasta.
Isn't that the like anime or manga where all
Where
of
the
the
people
countries
are
are
countries?
gay? And
No,
it's,
the
like,
country.
pretty
Well,
And they're fucking.
they are all pretty gay, actually. No, I think you're right. Were there any
Okay.
women?
No.
I actually don't think there were like
That's
any
what
women.
Girls in Poundsers is for.
There's probably a boy that dresses up like a woman.
I was really confused when I saw a cute anime girl the other day wearing a swastika on her arm, and I was like, whoa, that's weird. And they're like, oh, no, it's from an anime. And I was like, thank you for the context. It made it so much better.
Probably DSE, right?
This is... No, it was girl... Yeah, well, yeah, I think so. I did just find out that apparently the Vatican has a president who's Spanish-born. So I don't know what happened there. But they are...
Not every place has the rule that you have to be a citizen, or not a citizen, natural born citizen of the place to be like a president or a leader.
I will say I'm not a huge fan of the fact that it has underneath the Wikipedia as well, king, and then it says the Pope. I think we're giving him way too much clout. I don't think he's a king.
Well, they only are a country because they signed that one little creed where they were like,
You're so right.
we have religious sovereignty in this area. So we're our own country so that you can't make us do any other religions.
Did it work for them?
It did work for them. They're still considered a country.
That's
So.
good.
And they don't pay
It's gotta be
taxes.
like-
They don't pay taxes. We're not talking about the real thing. We're not talking about the real fucking problem here. They don't fucking pay taxes.
What
Yeah,
taxes
but
do
that's
they
just
pay?
like normal for church.
True.
This is what we should really be fighting about because this is worse
They
than
really
anything
did
else. The
take
Italians
the
have done.
sentiment of separate between state and government. What? I just had a stroke there. Church and state. Very literally, they are very different than because they're considered not Italy or Rome. They're the Vatican. What language do they speak? I assume Italian, right? I feel like we're off the topic now. We should go back to the D&D
I'm
thing.
pretty sure they speak Italian, but like the clergy still like does everything in Latin because they're fucking weeaboos.
Their official language is Latin.
In nomine Patri et Spiritus Sancti.
Okay, fine. Latin.
Does anyone else know random Latin phrases from Catholic Church? Is that
That's it. I don't know anything.
does that not hit with anyone here? You
Do you think?
guys suck.
Do you think that like people who like I don't know write music for like, for example, Bloodborne would be like, hey, we need a song that's in Latin. Let's go speak to some guy from the Vatican.
Probably. I don't know. The Japanese are weird. They don't process on the same plane as we do. Alright. I have some epic Latin chanting and choir going on in the background. I think it'll fill in the void. You're in the Vatican. Or what are we, Bellissima? I'm a smart man. Alright. Good. This is what I wanted.
This is just what
Bean
school
burger,
sounds.
am I
This is school
familiar?
noises.
We pick up session 110. It is the evening of the 12th day of Slothaw 676 AU, the third age year of the dragon, and there are no key events taking place today. Oh, I was told to play another song here. My apologies. Hold. My editor is wanting me to. It's very important. I listen to my editor. Who's Luke? It's Ave Maria again.
What did you do?
What did you? You stormed into our house with your guns and your men. The catacombs, evidently the hit party place to be in Bellissima, offer shelter from the pouring rain. The covered street lamps illuminate the walkways and muddle in the puddles like a watercolor painting. The Velician guard can be seen gently guiding inebriated people back to their place of residence. Finally, some good cops. The chaos of the rain and the effect it has on the city could be interpreted as soothing to some. The air is pleasant and fresh compared to the cramped party space beneath the city. This is you guys shortly after leaving Ashland and Shrine. 1 second. Okay. You guys saw at some point Arwen and Dasha leaving. Gone. Gone in the wind. Never to be seen again. Campaign over for them. Shrine, Ashland, you guys get out of the club, the booms, and you're accompanied by local CIA operative and Amadeus. All of you unscathed with all of your belongings, I promise, on you, as you guys begin to make your way back over to the Red Herring, the ship. Is that what you guys are planning on doing, or were you thinking about doing something else? You already dropped off your street twinks at the shelter.
Oh,
Boat.
I'm gonna miss them.
You can find them again one day.
Not the beautiful Italians, man.
They're really pretty.
You already know.
The average, charisma is like a 10 for a commoner. Everyone in Bellissima, at least a 12. They're just
That's
that much
just the
prettier.
Mamma Mia effect.
It is the way they look at you and smile. And they're like, "Oh wait, no, you're cute."
And they're all willing to break out into song and dance.
They have like olive skin tones. They're looking great. Some of them,
And the water is like nearby. It's kind of like adding to the
Yeah.
ambiance. Literally the Mamma Mia effect. Yeah, I mean, boat is where we said we'd meet, right?
Yep. You still have a couple hours before. My apologies. Before Dara said that the vampires would arrive to collect the child. So you guys have some time to kill, should you wish to. At this point, though, Amadeus is kind of stumbling with the help of Eska, and is like, singing aloud, like you would expect a drunk man to do.
Let's get him an espresso first.
You see
Let's
how
get him a
Maria-
little cappuccino, a little espresso before we head back to the boat.
Okay. You guys gonna go find one of those 24/7? I guess it wouldn't be 7. 24/10 cafes. They exist.
Yes.
Okay. You go to the local Bunkin' Bonuts.
And the Italians, they're the coffee, the cafe, the espresso.
And
you
I
know?
did say that they take the vampire bit to an extreme, so they're like open at weird hours, and they kind of just really,
Perfect.
Yeah, so you guys are fine.
I don't know what time it is in campaign right now. I'm
You
not
don't
gonna
need
lie.
to. It's fucking late. It's early. Who knows? It's raining. Who cares?
It's literally always open.
True.
Espresso
Espresso. You guys find a nice cafe.
in the little cup, you know.
Yeah. And you're like, here you go, sweetie, drink this. And he's like, and he drinks it. And as he's drinking it, have I already told you how much the moment is gone. And he drinks it.
I'm also gonna see if there's any carbs I can buy for him to eat.
Yeah, for sure. Insert Italian breakfast meal.
Oh, I was thinking more of like a cafe pastry.
You can have that too.
Ciabatta roll.
You want a sweet roll? You have a sweet roll.
Sure, yeah. I'm just gonna shove carbs into his mouth after the espresso.
No, I can't eat this, Shrine. I'll put on too much weight.
I literally don't even know how to respond to that. That's so funny.
Just like turn it into a bolus and throw it away.
What? Would you say, my funny friend? All right. You watch as he like takes the palm of his hand and slams it on the pastry, and you can hear like chewing sounds from the palm.
Can you taste with that?
Of course, I can taste with anything I need to. I thought it would scare you away, but it didn't work. Evidently, you're just more curious, aren't you?
I don't know if you understand the country and the culture where I come from in that country, but this is a very intriguing prospect that I think a lot of people over there would appreciate.
Intriguing prospect, you say? What do you mean by that? Oh!
I give him a little pat on the head.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't fetishize my hands like that.
I'm sure someone already has drawn something to the equivalent
Stop
somewhere.
It. Oh, you stop it. No, I'm unique. I'm special. No one could do what I could do except for that blonde twink who could do exactly what I could do, but better.
No, he does something different because you're a healer. So technically,
Am I really a healer if I don't actually do any healing? I just stitch people back together. If anything, I'm a glorified seamstress.
well, the stitch parts still work, which I think counts as healing. Usually, when people stitch meat together, it doesn't move. Or I can stitch some fucking chickens together and show you how that will look. They're not going to be able to fly afterwards. They're not going to work.
Like, maybe.
That'd be so gross. Please don't ask me to do that.
I won't ask you to do anything you wouldn't want to do. And he like picks up the plate and like eats it normal.
This is when I tell a fun little story about how when we first joined the Moonlighters, we had to kill chickens.
Oh my god, that's morbid. Did you like
But nobody else has had to fucking do that since then. So apparently the bar has just lowered in terms of, I don't know, murderous intent. Nobody else has had to kill any chickens.
Well, I mean, that's not entirely true, right? I mean, I guess the next step up for chickens is children, and the Arwen's really good at that.
Volka didn't have to kill. That does not sanctify none of these arguments. Each are fucking
There some
bread.
Draugr before that.
I'm gonna buy more bread to
Oh.
stuff all of the mouths. Liam, how many bread rolls? Amadeus, how many mouths can you make? Quick question.
I can make as many mouths as I do partners.
Lift up your shirt. We need a direct line access to your stomach.
That's really
I'm gonna buy every
I could just
fucking
move my
bread roll.
stomach around. Back away.
Every fucking bread roll in this cafe
Okay, you buy-
until he can't fucking talk.
I'll say like 5 gold pieces. If you're gonna buy out every single bedroll, they're just like, here are all the pastries. $500.
We're
for
just
the-
gonna feed it directly into his body like it's a fucking
Okay.
carrot in a juicer.
You know the that one movie
Gross.
that I can't remember, but it's like Halloween vibes, and they give the werewolf a
Scary
peanut
Godmother.
butter. Yes, they give the werewolf a peanut butter cracker sandwich so that his mouth is like too sticky to talk.
I don't think I can eat all these, Shrine. Ah. You like feed him, he's like opening mouths all over his body. It's a very strange effect.
Eska in his like mind palace just hears me going, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Oh my god, shut up!"
Eska's just staring at this weird display. This is really strange. Oh,
I mean, when in Bellissima, do as the Valetians do.
what, you've never seen a man get stuffed in all of his holes before, Eska?
I'm going back to the boat. It was nice knowing all of you. Goodbye.
Wait, no, I will come with you.
I hate it here,
He like picks
Grandpa.
up his like wizard robe and starts shoveling the shit into like a basket he's making out of his shirt.
He's got pockets inside his wizard robe lined with like plastic.
You never know where you could go with the pastry to go. And he looks at the cafe, you know, the barista, sure, why not? Thank you. Places a platinum piece on the table. All right, we gotta skedaddle. The boat. The boat, and the boat, the boat, the boat, the boat.
We all like chant the like Euro chant to the boat. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. They'd be like, "Ooh, these beats."
The guards are like, approaching, like, "Are you guys drunk?" And they see the sober mom, and they're like, "Never mind, you guys are fine. You don't need any assistance."
I'm leading the choo-choo train.
It's mostly, I guess,
Follow
just
leader.
Eska stumbling, or not Eska, Amadeus stumbling, and Eska being like, "Oh, okay, let's, all right." It's like watching a toddler like run around, or like an infant who's just learning how to walk, and it's just like, you got to keep a close eye on him.
He's
Also,
not drunk. He's trying to lure Eska into his bed by pretending to be vulnerable.
that is so fucked up. No, why would he do that? Why would he do that?
I don't know who I just said this to. Who is responding to me?
Ashlyn, you hear this?
I hear what?
Oh, wait.
You hear Shrine saying that Amadeus isn't actually drunk. He's just doing this to lure Eska into his bed. Yeah, she says that to you.
That's his response. Is the face. No, he's not actually. I take it back. I'm sorry.
My man is fucking goofing, let me tell you.
I take it back. He is actually drunk, and he's trying to.
Oh
lure
my god, you're doubling down?
us. No, I switched up the first part. Okay, it's a different statement. It's much more nefarious if you're not actually drunk.
Oh, but so he is drunk. This is all part of his master plan, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Oh,
it's
probably.
very common in my country for people to
Probably,
get drunk to,
probably.
to do things. Like
Uh-huh.
monk stuff.
You guys make it back to the boat.
Alive
Yeah, you make it back to the boat alive.
somehow. Not
Amadeus is
roofied.
Yeah, exactly. And Amadeus is munching on some fucking pastries still. These are really good.
He fucking better be.
That you bought out. You said all of them.
I had no concept of how many that was when I said it.
You said all.
So how about that? Jot that down. Okay, you still chose how many there were. You were like, damn, they had a fuck ton of pastries, bitch.
Alright.
I don't care. Money means nothing to me. I'm a monk. I don't know what to do with it. We need some charities.
Share with the ship.
The ship? No, they're fucking working. Where are the poor people that are like beggars?
There are no homeless people in Bellissima.
Yeah.
Where are the charities?
Oh, you have to go to France.
I'm good, actually. I don't want to do that. It's not worth it.
You're telling me we can help these poor people?
No, it's fine. I'll just spend my money like a good patron at businesses buying ridiculous luxury goods because I don't eat or fucking sleep or sweat or do anything.
My boy Amadeus dropping 9 fucking racks on a belt. He got oxen from the fucking gypsies.
Or the amount of money we gave teenagers for summer or winter vacation.
Yeah, he was like, "How much money do I give a teenage girl?" You're like, "I don't know, like 500." He was like, "You're right, 500 platinum pieces, say less." Oh my god! All right, okay. Is there anything else you want to do on the boat, or are you guys just gonna chill until the court?
I mean, I'll clean up. I'm assuming a little dusty, a little dirty after being out.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, that makes sense.
Not from my sweat, but just from other things touching me. You know?
I'm gonna go take a quick nap.
Eska, you show him to his room. Thank you. Commanded him.
Okay. You see that he's still guiding him, and you hear like as the door closes, "What are you doing in my room?" It's muffled though. Be gone!
Scandalous.
I love it. Oh my god. I'm living.
And then you hear like the sound of like pastries like hitting the floor. A lot of pastries hitting the floor.
Truly, Shrine is just orchestrating like K-drama around her. You know?
No, I don't have any cream on my face. Back away, demon. Muffled.
Just like my webtoons.
Just like your webtoons.
There's only one bed.
Oh my god.
One of them's drunk. Oh no.
He's a little drunk. He's a little inebriated.
me with my webtoons. Perfect.
The perfect setup. All right, Ashlyn, is there anything you want to do?
Nope.
Okay. Just clean up, maybe. Birdie. Cool. So, what's your name? Balka. You're not Arwen at all. That is correct. Thank you, everyone. I needed that reformation. Affirmation. No, it wasn't. Thank you though for giving me the credit. Like a generous first-year college professor. Yeah, that's close enough.
I like the when you glitch because you're like loading.
I had to load. My mind sometimes functions faster than my mouth.
ADHD. What?
No, I am mentally cognizant and not what's the word that is not derogatory?
I just want you to know that's not what cognizant means.
I am neurotypical.
No, you're not.
Don't shake your head, Andon. If you deny it, then it has no. Wait. I'm so neurotypical. I am neurotypical, Dr. Han.
You would never say that, bro. Dude, even he's aware.
I knew I was fucked. The other day, Peter asked, he was like, "Are you sure you don't have ADHD?" And I was like, "Fuck, man, it's over." He has like an autistic ADHD daughter. I'm fucked.
At least he didn't say autism.
It's true. No,
Nothing wrong with speaking to a psychiatrist.
No. I will not do no such thing. All right, so
Not worth it.
speaking of psychiatry, Volka. You and Sloane almost forgot her name. Oh, fun pills. Oh, there's a little healing potion. Lesser restoration. All right. The two of you just got back. You got back from your little gondola ride, which is not a euphemism. Surprisingly, it was actually a gondola ride for the listeners at home. It was romance. Actually, it wouldn't be Roman. It would be Velician dance.
Wait, what?
Velicians. It doesn't work.
I'm gonna work on this. You do your thing.
Thank you. You get back to the very glorious inn. I would hesitate to call it hotel, but for the lack of a better term, because there's no term back in somewhat medieval ages, the name of the establishment, because I've read it last time, is Casa de Diamante or Diamanti. My apologies, which for the layman translates to the Diamond House. You guys find each other falling asleep in each other's embrace. I assume, unless did you break up? I actually don't know what happened.
No.
Okay.
Sloane reacted positively to what I told her. Well, maybe not positively, but like with understanding to what I told her last night. So
That's fair.
we're still good, to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's true. You guys both admitted to murder and girly pop things. I don't know. Those are synonymous, truly. So they really are. That's just girl law, as I like to call it, which is very different than man law.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Average female sleepover.
It's true. A little murder never hurt anyone, I always say.
Jennifer's
It hurt
Body. It was
3
a
people.
documentary.
Well, your 3 people, you guys discussed your body counts? That's kind of crazy. Why would you do that? That's so weird. You were comparing notes. They were. That's what they did.
Constructive criticism.
You could have killed them even better. Let me tell you how to do it next time. I'm listening. Yeah. It's true. You're so true. Yeah. You guys talked about how to get the blood out of each other's clothing. It was great. It was fantastic. Wonderful evening. Truly just girly popping stuff. And then afterwards, you guys fell asleep in each other's embrace. You can interpret that however you wish. You wake up. You don't know how much time has passed. There's no clocks. You're in Las Vegas. Never been a clock ever.
No windows, no clocks.
Exactly. Well, there are plenty of windows, let me tell you. In case they need to let the light in to make sure there's no vampires in the room. Joking, kind of. But you
Like an infestation.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Does the light from a stained glass window still hurt a vampire?
I'm so glad you bring it up. Come back to me in 2 hours.
I hate it here, Grandpa. Okay.
So you, Volka, you don't know how much time has passed. Jokes aside, there's no clocks here. But judging by the tone outside, it's still raining. So when your gondola ride was ending, that's when the rain was starting to pick up and everything. It's still dark outside, to the best of your guesstimate. But the reason I bring this up is that you're like, I was hugging the cute girl. A good fate, if you ask me. That's what I always say.
Mm-hmm.
And as you wake up, she is not in the bed with you. It takes you a minute. You're like, whoa.
Cute girl gone.
Cute girl gone. You took your schizophrenia medicine.
No.
Like the Batman meme where he's holding on to his ghost parents and he goes, "No, stay with me." It's like that. It's identical to that. But no, joking aside, you wake up and yeah, she's not in the bed with you.
Is she in the room?
At a cursory glance, she's not sitting at imagine a hotel room. I'm sure you've been in one or two before in your life. And you know how there's like a weird desk situation that they have there for whatever reason in case you need to be at a desk?
I don't think I ever have been in a hotel room.
You what?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
We didn't really go on vacations.
When you traveled here, did you just sleep in your car?
No, it was one trip.
That I can confirm that.
You've never stayed at a hotel ever. You know how hotels look like. They're in
Not
TV
that
shows.
I can think of. Well, yeah, I know what it.
Okay, well, I can break this
generally
down.
looks like.
There's typically a bed, some shitty like
He
furniture
knows what
with
they
like a
look
TV
like.
on, and there's
I
like
know there's a cuck chair.
I was about to fuck you. You stole my thunder. Fuck this. That was the whole point. I was leading up to the cuck chair, man.
Anyways.
There's like a lone chair in the corner by like this weird lamp, and then there's like a desk with like also maybe a chair sometimes. But you're like in a nice establishment, so it's like a nice bed. There's like maybe 2 cuck chairs.
It's a nice cuck chair.
Oh my.
You guys.
It's a
The chair's
cuck chair,
not
but they
there
cater to it here.
Oh, it's not a cuck chair, it's a cuck throne, please. I want to die, man. It's a furnished room, okay? Imagine it's just like it's a rich room, right? So it's like take the room from like Renoran's estate and put it here, okay? You figured it out. In other words, what I'm trying to get at is that there's a patio. I just had a fucking stroke. A balcony, and the doors are open, and you can see like the it has a cover from like the balcony above it, and I'm not gonna make you roll. You can you catch like a glimpse of her standing outside.
It's still dark outside, don't know what time it is. What were we given a general time of like when this trial was gonna like start? Or-
Yes. Dara said that the damp wow, I'm having a moment here. The Santi Voce would collect you at daybreak.
Okay. I will crawl my way out of bed.
Mhm.
And I will approach her on the balcony. Is she just like looking like at the like clouds, the city?
So, a couple things. As you stand up, because you did drink a little bit, it's a little partying. You're not like drunk or anything. You just stumble. The crawl out of bed is very accurate. I mean, you like are able to collect yourself. As you approach, you can see that she's leaning like what's the phrase I'm looking for? No, yeah, she's leaning with like her arms propped up on the balcony, and she's just like looking at the. You're not like in a skyrise, obviously. It doesn't really exist. But she's looking at the city around her, and you guys are towards the heart of Lysima, meaning there's a bunch of like just like people watching you, should you wish to desire, and that's what she's doing.
Just watching the people out and about in the town.
Yeah. Are you approaching stealthily, or are you just like drunk and stumbling, or sorry, like kind of haphazardly stumbling over to her?
I'm not like trying to be stealthy or anything, but I'm not exactly like trying to knock into everything.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like approach like from behind, like go up beside her and just kind of like put my hand like on her back and just kind of like scratch her back.
You can see that she doesn't take her eyes off the city she's staring at. And without looking at you, she just says, did I wake you?
No.
Well,
Can you not sleep?
no, not really. I'm dealing with thinking or thoughts, I suppose.
Boca like nods her head. Like just kind of leans on the balcony with her.
I am.
What are you thinking about?
I'm nervous about your trial that will be she like thinks about it. Trial is a strong term, but the whatever's gonna happen today at daybreak.
I think it'll end up okay.
Perhaps. I still nervous. Hoping that things will work out, but I won't know until it does, right?
Yeah. Well, like all things, we will make it through together. That's the thing Valka's family says.
He nods along. Also thinking, wondering why Dora said that the Oromi will not be attacked by vampires while they are in the city.
Yeah, I was wondering about that if that was like something from like history that you knew about, or
Well, besides the misinformation spread by the preservers, Oromis are in fact not vampires. Anti-Semitic on lock. They are Jewish. They've always been Jewish. They do have really specific like racism. Cool, it's fine. European black people. Typical Balkanoid activity. Alright. Oh my god. They were, we know. Listen, you don't gotta give them any more gas, alright? They're bombing a bunch of brown children right now. So yeah, the vampire statement. So contrary to popular belief, we are, in fact, not vampires. Unless maybe they take pity on us for those accusations or see us as kin. Don't really know. But
I'll be able to ask Dash about it. She might know.
Perhaps. I have, maybe it is actually due to the distance, but I am feeling actually distant from Dasha as of recent.
I think spending some time on the island together, even with like grim circumstances, would be nice though. Maybe help you kind of reconnect.
Maybe. I don't know. When I look at her, she smiles, she acts the same, but slightly different. Maybe it is something that just we need to talk about, but I haven't been able to do
Probably
so.
wouldn't hurt.
I'll do it when I can. I've
I'm
only
sure
been
it's
here
just
one
the
day.
circumstances that she's in right now, with like family around and everything. She's probably got other things on her mind.
She told me a little bit about them while we were traveling, so I don't know. I'm worried for her as well. She looked at you for the first time in this conversation. Perhaps, maybe we should try to go back to sleep for the next couple hours that we are able to.
Yeah, we need the energy. I should probably get up a little sooner than we'd like though, so we can head back to the boat. Because I'm sure I probably need to talk to Lancelot, or if Arthur's there, probably Arthur. Yeah. Big day.
Alright, sounds good.
I'll kiss her on the cheek, and she'll start heading back to bed.
Okay. Yeah. You can't just say that off the mic, man.
Got something to say? Say it to the class.
Why are you such a Mormon?
Me?
Yeah, I kissed her on the cheek and say goodnight. What the fuck
I'm
was
just trying
that?
to be cute. I
Okay, Mormonism.
don't know. Okay, I fucking tongue kiss her. Is that
Oh
what you
my
want?
god!
That sounds like a Mormon response into like the extreme, where you could just be normal. You were like a normal
I kiss her,
kiss.
and then I'm gonna go to
Let's
bed.
go, dude.
I didn't intend to make you change what you did. I just wanted to ask why you're so Mormon.
The
I just
dichotomy.
want to be cute and like soft.
I thought it was cute when Dasha like tongue fucked Arwen's ear, and Luke was just like, "All right, I guess."
No, it was cute when she broke down crying in front of him.
She did do that. We don't want to talk about that. A little breakdown.
That was the best part.
It was the best part. We should bring that back. She should cry again, but this time louder.
Be normal. You can't recreate special moments. Sorry.
It's true. All right. Okay. All right. Find after tongue fucking your girlfriend, you guys go back to bed. What? You didn't do anything. You altered reality. you pulled out the paintbrush from Unmarked Grapes.
Yeah, good thing I'm adding more girl action to help with your homophobia allegations.
There is no homophobia. If anything, can we move on to the legitimate problem, which is my blatant transphobia? Like, come on.
I don't think you're transphobic. I think there's some good representation.
What? Ah! I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it.
That we know of.
That's true.
You should stop being so cis and heteronormative, thinking everyone's fucking
You're
not
so
trans.
right. You're so right. Amadeus is actually a trans icon. Transmutation.
I can't stand it here.
Yeah, we can continue now. All right. There are no alarms in this world, if you could believe such a thing. There's no phone alarm. But because it was requested, you guys, there are roosters. Yeah, you can also ask like the hotel for like called like a pickup call. I think that was like an actual thing that happened back in the day.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter in the end because Volka, you and Sloan wake up. Presumably, you don't know how long. Once again, you fell asleep again. Maybe you're a bit anxious, but like, well, you know, beautiful woman. I don't know about you. A beautiful woman always helps me sleep.
A comforting bosom to lay your head
A
upon.
comforting bosom indeed. That's what I always say.
Women sleep better next to dogs than men.
Thank God Sloan can bark.
White woman, right?
Woof. That doesn't count. She's a woman, bro.
She has no tits.
That's not
That
what
is what
the
defines a
study-
woman.
Not what the study was studying.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
It was women with their partners, men, and then women who I guess were sleeping with dogs alone.
I have a question.
Yes,
Volka at one point was a werewolf. Does that play into this at all?
it probably did at one point.
I see.
They're warmer.
Does this mean that Arthur sleeps really well as well?
It's a wolf thing.
Hey, quiet down, quiet down. Hey, don't.
It's a wolf thing. I just got that.
I want to die. Who posted in general, and what was it?
It was Andion.
Thanks.
Exactly, because that man can't fucking talk.
Red.
I think we should have made it come instead. Okay, so you wake up.
That's gross. I don't like that.
I like how you said that's gross. Alicia said the same thing by closing her eyes for approximately a second or two longer than normal, and then Andon just did Andon things.
At least bread is like, yummy. Can we be normal?
Desperately
Everyone be
trying
normal.
not to say the cum faucet. Fuck!
I hate you, Grandpa.
Yeah, you wake up, and this time you wake up with the beautiful bosom in front of you. Don't worry, I kept track this time. And you hear a rap tapping on your door. Like the
Am
bedroom
I
door.
able to escape the bed without awakening the bosom?
He has a name. He has a fucking name. Okay. Yeah, you can get out of bed without awakening the bouquet.
Okay, I'm gonna open the door, very like quietly to like not wake her up and like peek my head out.
You see comically large sunglasses behind or in front of a very sober looking Amadeus. You see Eska next to him.
Lovely. Okay, I'm going to slip out of the room and close the door behind me quietly, and then
Get
turn
this man another coffee.
Wait, you didn't invite him into the room? I cannot believe this.
Slowness.
She's sleeping.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you slip back into the room.
I slip out of the room.
Oh, you slip out of there. My apologies. Okay.
Yeah, and I close the door like behind me so she can sleep while we talk. Yeah. I look at them expectantly.
You see Amadeus takes off his sunglasses. His eyes squinting back at yours. Would you like a pastry?
Yes.
Fancy one. I've come to collect you. His squinting eyes go wide. They're bloodshot.
Close time?
Gather yourself and your friend, your roommate, your roommate. Go on.
I
Gather
don't think that
them.
means what you think it means, but
I know nothing about the
Well-
female anatomy.
Falk will nod her head and slip back in the room, and she will gently awaken Sloane.
And you guys get your things.
Yeah, gather.
Go on, gather them. Me to my non-binary friends. None of them, because I'm transphobic and non-binary phobic, or whatever that's called. I'm a conservative. So you get you collect them, all of your things, and your bouquet, and exit. You can see that Amadeus is like leaning against the other wall, like blinking a lot, and you see Eska looks very normal. Well, about as this. Hold on. I think the best tone I can give Eska is he looks like Jasper. Like eyes wide, maybe a little bit less creepy looking, but that's the energy he gives off. And this Jasper from Twilight, of course, not my cat. Don't be silly now.
I was thinking your cat, and I
No.
was like,
No. The cool one. And this is like Drunk Alice, I guess. They both have, A names. It's cute. Look at that. Look at the similarities. And you can see that Amadeus is like pulling his his cheeks down and looks at the two of you. Oh look! Oh my God! Both of you are intact and well.
Did you have a good night?
Yes. That was not a suspicious long pause. That was me processing what you said. Did I already tell you why I came here?
It's time.
Yes. Right. Right, Eska? Yes. Perfect. I'm on money. Alright. Follow me, dears. And he leads you guys down. And you guys give the key back and everything like that. And make your way back to the castle. It's still dark out, although it's daybreak is afoot. The rain is lessened to a drizzle. And Amadeus looks back to the two of you. Did you enjoy your evenings?
Yeah, it was nice. Thank you for the room.
Of course. I figured that growing pains, you want your own separate place. Fuck. I promise I'm more cognizant. Fuck. Cohesive.
It is kind of nice, being a little bit further away from everyone,
Why?
Because in the last 2 years, I've been sleeping in tents, like in rooms right next to everyone else.
Oh, true. You have a castle.
The privacy is nice.
Slept in the castle plenty of times, have you not?
haven't we only like twice?
No, several times. Remember, we had like a whole like 3-month time skip while the castle was being rebuilt and everything.
I suppose.
It's
It's
okay.
still nice.
I understand the sentiment. You got to spend some alone time on this little vacation with your friend, who just so happens to be a girl, allegedly. And I'm sure that you enjoyed your time. That's great. I'm happy for you. Now, I will say, after last night, technically this morning, I don't know. Time is an illusion. The greatest illusion magic that society's ever given us. Moving along from that, where was I? Eska's like patting him on the back. Yes, boat. And starts to guide you guys back.
I assume that Lancelot has been notified of everything. Is Arthur getting involved, or is it just Lancelot?
No idea. There was a knock on my door. It was from Captain Oxton, and he looked at me and he said, "Oi, go get the girls." And then I did. And here I am
Okay.
collecting the girls. Now, he didn't specify which girls. I just made an assumption.
I think you made the right choice.
I wouldn't go that far. There are plenty of other fantastic women here. Trust me. Keep walking. Now, Volka, are you nervous about your potential assassination today?
I mean, yeah, but I can't say I'm not, like, confident. I think that might be a strong word, but I think everything's... I think I have a good defense. Not defense. Explanation? Argument as to why I should not. You get what I mean.
Oh, I do get what you mean, yes. Well, I hope they agree with you, because, quite frankly, someone needs to be around to keep Arwen in check, and I believe if that person is Shrine, she will assassinate him, eviscerate him, gut him, quarter him, and probably wear his face as a mask. So you're the balance that this group needs, to make sure that Arwen lives to see another day. If he is still alive, we don't know what happened on that horse as they left, or what's happening back at the manor now. I can only imagine the cruelties. Shut the fuck up! You're done. You're banned.
Server muted.
I can't. She's in the room with me. She's in the fucking walls. She said fucking the horse, by the way. That's what she said.
Missed your hands.
It's true.
That's awful.
Unum Claw horse sex case.
I have to mention, too, your outfits last night were dashing. They were fantastic. I think we should all dress like whores more often.
Thank you. Your guys' were also very lovely.
What are you talking about? He was wearing the same outfit he always wears, like a fucking character in a book.
And he looks great.
I think he could look better. I think we should translate to traditional Italian clothing, which is to say a crop top and miniskirts. Right,
Very
Volka?
drapey.
That is the Artalian way of life?
Mhm.
Yes, good.
Schoolgirl uniforms.
Don't say that, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. Do you know how weird that would be if I said, hey, dress up as schoolgirls, Volka? Do you know how weird that is? I'm a professor. I am from an accredited university. Eska, I would hate if you did that. I would hate it. Oh my god, I would throw myself against the rocks. I would have to... Oh my god, you would have to, like, I don't know, like... bind me from attacking you. Oh god, it would be crazy. Oh look, the boat. Alright.
Oh, no.
The four of you, get atop the boat. Where you guys see, kind of taking in as the as daybreak is approaching, you see Lancelot of Fire and Brimstone. Should be stated, I suppose. You also see, in the momento por favor, you also see King Arthur herself, as well as Merlin the Wise. Shrine, Ashlyn, you two can of course be awake for this and be on the top deck if you like, listening to the ribble rabble. As well up here at NPC Wise, you see Captain Oxton. You see a mysterious lacking of Valentina, although it doesn't look like Oxton is too bothered by this, given that she was like, I'm gonna go harass him now when you guys get fucked up on liquor. So yeah, recuperate, or not recuperate, Jesus fucking Christ, I can't speak today. To recount, sure, why not? King Arthur, Lancelot, Merlin, Oxton, Ashlyn, Volca? Nope, not Volca, Shrine. And Volca, I suppose. Couple things. King Arthur, despite looking exhausted, and when I mean exhausted, I mean obliterated. We're talking like eye bags, not eye bags, eye luggage, truly. She is operating at a level that you guys are accustomed to, like when she was being lawyer stuff and whatnot. She's mostly just kind of taking in what is being explained to her. And Ashlyn and Shrine, because you guys were here for this, it was about as well as you expected to be. She was like, "You called me because the vampires have this made-up imaginary court, and they're trying to sentence Volca to death, perhaps because she exists. That's very strange. Sure, let me see what I could do with this information." And Merlin's just there, like, you know, like T-posing in the background, just kind of minding her business. Meaning she's just kind of like looking around and occupying herself, like on her iPad, while mom and dad are busy. Here are some things, though, as well, about Merlin's appearance. Ooh, Gilbunga. Merlin, draped in flowing gray robes, leans on a cane for support as she moves in her deteriorating condition. Her eyes appear sunken, and she wears Elias's ring on a necklace. She used to wear it on her own fingers, but you guys can see that perhaps just based off perception, that the ring would fall off her fingers now. She looks very ill. Not jaundice ill, but like, oh God, Jesus fucking Christ. Not as lively. As Amadeus, so that group, we'll call it the boat group. You guys watch as Amadeus, Eska, and the lesbian extraordinaire walk up onto the boat. The sky is beginning to change colors as the moons are setting the sky, or as the sun is trying to break. Volca, you don't interrupt per se, but you join in the middle of a conversation where King Arthur is expressing is regaling the party with some information. It seems like that she is discussing that the preservers are more or less forcing her to aid in the Artalia situation, and they're not making any real progress. Meaning, Giordano, the maiming hand, is currently in charge of Artalia, and they're like, "Ma'am, you have to work with us. You have to work with us. Oh my God, or we're going to do something really scary to you." And she's like, "Okay, fine, fuck it. Sure, why not? I'll have to help you." So she's been busy with the Artalian situation. She's talking about how the world is under the assumption that all the Tajir are dead. You guys, or told Merlin, who then presumably gave the insight over to Arthur, that is not the case. BB Eris is still alive. Maybe not well, but is alive. And so she's just kind of telling you guys what's been going on. She also, at this point in this conversation, as everyone is grouped together once more, there's something else. The Iron Queen is requesting an audience with Captain Oxton. She has sent a formal letter to both the Moonlighters as well as Fire and Brimstone. She seems rather adamant that she really wants to meet with you, Captain. Oxton looks a bit perplexed at this. Does it seem important? That it didn't say, unfortunately, but if a monarch is calling upon you, then I assume it's probably important. Either way, they've posted guards outside of Camelot, and it is sending the right message, I suppose. So, should you get the opportunity, if you could please entertain her, at the very least, I would greatly appreciate it. I thank you for informing me. Of course. Ashlyn, you are familiar with this. The Iron Queen is not iron in the sense of the metal, but iron as in the sense of the land of iron. You give me a history check.
Sure thing, boss.
Okay.
11.
You're because of how its geographical location on the plane, you're not entirely like 100% locked in terms of knowing all the different like political figures, especially when it comes to one of the minor realms. But in this case, I will say that you're able to piece apart that you're like, okay, the Iron Queen, that makes sense to me. Obviously, the Queen of the Iron, and her nickname is the Little Black Rose.
Gotcha.
We heard this nickname before.
Yes, you have. Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, there it is.
The
Found it in my notes.
the Queen sent an emissary at the trial. Yeah, that's where you heard it. They said on behalf of the Little Black Rose. They said her full name. I'm almost positive, but I can't remember for the life of me.
Right below the Little Black Rose, I have written down Sir Florence of the Waste, but I don't think is that.
That's it. That was right. That was the emissary
Okay.
she sent. That's her personal guard. That is correct. All right. So, anyways, that is what you're able to piece together further, I suppose. So, oh yeah. So that conversation kind of concludes. Oxen's like, all right, fine, we'll do it. Whenever we get the chance, we'll see to it that she's taken care of. Oxen looks at you, Volka, as you kind of are brought into the conversation, gives you a nod of like, ah, look, you're alive. And says to you, so, unfortunately, due to our lack of knowledge of the vampire court, we're really unsure of how we're going to be able to help you. So, we're going to do our best. And if worst comes to worst, we have another plan in action.
I can ask of you guys, and Velka will like turn to, like Arthur and like Lancelot, and just, I'm so sorry for springing this on you guys.
It's okay, dear. That's Arthur. And then Lancelot looks at you and gives you a thumbs up, like he's behind her, like, thank you for bringing me my wife. Actually, this is great. You should do this more often. And then she like looks back at him and he goes, truly, it's okay. Don't worry, dear. Oh, honey, look at the boats. Oxen continues. It looks like we have some time before day actually breaks here. Plus, we don't know exactly when the emissaries might show up. So, let's just stay here and wait our time, I suppose.
Is there anything legally that we should put in place, like, in the meantime while we're waiting? Velka, like, looks at Arthur and, like, Lancelot. Implying, like, a will, maybe?
As it stands, based off the information that I was given, it seems like in this case, the outcome is unsure. If there is any final arrangements you would like to make, we will do our best to follow them. And then she like looks at you to see if you wanted to make any final arrangements.
Yeah, probably.
Alright.
Alicia think yes, probably. Like, Velka's a lot of things. She has a lot of money that should probably go to, like, her family and, like, help Sloane out.
Okay. She looks to Merlin. You could assist her with that. That was Lancelot and me.
Gives, Merlin just, like, a sad smile. Like, still, like, shameful.
Lancelot looks at you, Vulcan looks at her. How about you use the captain's quarters? There you go. Take this key. There you go, jingle jangle. And throws it at you, Volka. Alright. We'll make sure that if any vampires approach, we let you know. You'll be the first one to know. After I spear them with silver. Arthur like pats him on the arm. And gifts. At him. Alright. So Volka, you begin to walk towards the captain's quarters, question mark?
Yes, with Merlin if she is following,
Yeah.
and if she needs help walking, I will offer my assistance, and if she wants to take it, she can, but if she doesn't, I
She
understand.
glares at you. As you guys walk into the chambers, you take a seat. She takes a seat. You give her a second to adjust. As she sits down, she starts coughing, like not until like a huge coughing fit, but you know enough. Like, oh my god, are you fucking okay? And the answer is no. She's not okay. Thanks for asking. And she looks at you. You can see, her lips ever so slightly trembling.
I'm so sorry I broke your trust.
You can see what appears to be anger that quickly, very quickly fleets and transitions into sadness. I should be the one apologizing. He would have done the same, and I would have reacted the same. I'm sorry for acting like a child.
Melva just like shakes her head at that.
So here we are again, you staring down the guillotine. How does it always seem to happen to you?
I don't know, but it's a habit I'm hoping to break.
Fair enough. Well, tell me what you wish for your final wishes.
Um, I don't think anything can be done about the castle because it's not technically like in our names or anything. But as for my personal fund, I say, think about like everyone in Volka's life. And probably I don't know how to split this. Maybe like half to my family, and far away, and then half to Sloan and the Memento Mori company to kind of aid them where possible. Um, Most of my personal belongings should probably go to my family. So there's a couple things I think should go to Sloan. And I have a lot of in my inventory right now, so we can go over that like later in case Valka like is found guilty or something. I'm I'm not sure. Does Valka still have her death letters that she wrote ages ago? I don't remember who I gave those to or if she has them.
You, and I quote,
Those were written like over a year ago.
you gave them to Oxen because you were like, he
Did
won't
I?
possibly lose these, which is correct. So, he still has them,
Okay.
and you gave
I
him,
don't think in
said, upon your death, hand these out. And he said, all right, whatever, dude.
yeah. I don't think any revisions need to be made with those, so I think those are fine. Oxton knows what to do with those. Yeah.
And where would you like your body to be shipped to?
I would prefer to be buried in the sands. Though I suppose that can be decided by my family. Like I'd understand if they want my grave close by. But, you know, like my brother's parents are buried in Theros. And I think that's just kind of where we'll all end up eventually. Um, yeah, probably in Theros.
Very well. We will see what we can do for you at that time come. Are there any other matters you wish to discuss?
I don't think so. I don't have a lot to my name. Thank you for doing this.
For what it's worth, she's not writing this down. She has the autism feat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I suppose if that's all, we should probably wait for the reckoning.
I suppose.
She stands up, propping herself up with her cane. And
You go first.
oh, what's up?
I was gonna see if Volka can hug her.
What
If
a
she will accept that.
what a coincidence! She was gonna hug her, so okay. So she looks at you.
It's mutual.
Yeah. This might be strange. And she, with her good arm, the one that's not occupied. Hug.
Velka will embrace her.
As you guys are hugging, you really do have a knack for finding deteriorating elvish wizards who use canes, don't you?
It's my specialty.
Oh wow, a real bloodhound.
I'll go squeeze her.
She
before
feels
letting her
skinny.
go. Ah!
Is it like do you get the door for her?
Yes.
As you walk out, you can see Lancelot is leaning against the wall. Oh, you didn't kill each other. Key. Asking for it back.
Oh, the key, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Hand it over.
Did you make up?
I look at Merlin.
We didn't have to make up, you big oaf. We were always friends all along.
Velka smiles.
You're really gonna flex about having a friend that's a teenager. Bit weird, Merlin. Bit weird. Hey, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? Not me. I'm just a simple sailor who's been fishing his
Lancelot,
entire
are you
life.
saying we're not friends?
Absolutely not. The
I'm
relation.
heartbroken.
Good. You need to experience that every once in a while. It'll keep you strong. No, we're not friends. If anything, I'm a mentor and nothing more, nothing less.
I'm glad.
He walks away. As he's walking away. Wifey, they didn't kill one another. Alright. You guys watch in anticipation. As slowly but surely, the sun breaks the horizon. You guys watch, looking around. You guys are surrounded by open water besides the port you guys are stationed at. You guys watch as in the distance, approaching just right when the sun is breaking past the horizon, halfway point. The same individual who approached you yesterday, acting as a messenger, once again reemerges, walking towards the boat.
On seeing them, Velka just takes a deep breath, though she doesn't technically need it.
She walks atop the deck. Once again, she's holding the parasol. Is it parasol? Parasol?
Parasol, yeah.
Oh. Okay. The
I think it's
parasol. It don't matter. You get what I'm trying to get
me
at.
question it.
It is
Yeah.
the umbrella. She holding it up once again. Pretty quiet, carrying this briefcase. She stands atop the deck, staring all of you down. Looks at you, specifically, Miss Volka. The Santi Voci await.
Understood.
She then kind of clicks her heels and turns around. Do you follow?
I'm gonna give my girlfriend a kiss, and then yes, I will follow.
Okay. The entirety of the group here is following with everyone. Not the sailors.
Okay.
Ignore them. But Amadeus, Eska, Tweedledee Tweedledum, Arthur, Lancelot, Merlin, Oxton, and the French. The entirety of France. You guys begin your journey to wherever this woman is taking you. And before we get into that, how about we take a little pee-pee, little poo-poo, little snack break? How does that sound, everyone? Let's do it.
Radical.
We don't have any good. Have good. Ah, ah. Oh, actually.
Yo,
Hello.
dude. When I tell you I'm fucking sweating with how nervous I am.
You'll be fine. You're gonna be so okay. You and Merlin made up.
It's cute, I'm glad.
He was
Now I'm
acting a
gonna
bit childish.
fucking die.
No, you're not gonna die. Relax. You'll be fine. Just don't be an idiot.
I might.
Don't be an idiot.
I'm doing my best. Valka does have an intelligence and wisdom of 10 and 11, though.
True. Oop.
I do have some things written down for my like personal defense.
Good.
Because I know they're gonna be like asking me questions primarily, I think. But I have some stuff.
Good. You'll be so okay. You're gonna be so back. Don't worry.
I have 3 main bullet points.
Oh, do you?
Mhm.
I'm excited to hear
I
them.
have. Do you want me to tell you them now?
No. Surprise to Santi Voce. It'll be epic.
I'm sure you could probably guess what they are.
Probably.
The one that like the 4th one that I have that I'm not sure if I'll even use because I'm sure they probably wouldn't give a fuck is that Dasha or like Matasia has allowed me full autonomy throughout her entire time with us. But I don't think they care about that, so that's like my last resort. Been furiously chewing gum all day.
Based. I chew gum like I'm a recovering nicotine addict.
Fucking too, man. Anytime I get like the candy gums,
Yeah.
it's gone within the same day. It does not matter.
Oh my god.
Oh, something I was thinking. Nice. Something I was thinking, is that say Velka does die in that scenario. I think the white metal bracelet should go to Merlin. I think that's sweet. Hello?
Hi. I think
Can you
were
hear
just-
me?
I think you were just dying a little bit.
Okay. Did you hear what I said?
You said the white bracelet to Merlin?
Yeah, I think that's cute.
I agree. But fuck those guys.
Because, like, Elias is buried with the other, and then it's also a representation of, like, the first time Velka met Merlin and everything.
Yes. Does smell like weed. Yeah, Anton? Anton, you're scaring me. Stop it, Patrick. You're scaring him. Good. Fuck this guy. Very Italian of us. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Alright. Get back into this. I'm gonna bait you into a safe, false security as I play some fun Italian music. That's not fun Italian music. There's fun Italian music. Yay! Fun Italian music. Yeah. Like, yeah, pay attention to that. You guys follow this strange figure through the city. The city itself is still kind of sort of sleeping. People are beginning to prepare their days, beginning to open up their stores if they close down, or maybe switching out the merchandise. But you know, the city itself is pretty empty compared to what you normally see, because people unfortunately still need to sleep. Period. So although there's the change of the shift for some of the 7-Elevens here, most of the city is still sleeping. You guys walk through the many different rings of the city. As you guys know, the further you get into the center, first of all, the more religious it becomes, and second of all, the more expensive it becomes. And also the more important it becomes. All those rings are connected. Venn diagram. You guys approach an ancient-looking building. Alright, done with the fun Italian music. Now to the scary Latin music. Let's go. Lacrimosa. You approach an ancient, elegant building covered in arches, carvings, and cornices. Cornices are the cute little, like, decorations on the buildings. Like if you were to be a cake decorator, the icing on the edges. I know. It resides dormant in the dead center of Verissima, surrounded by clergy life, churches. Tall arched windows with decorative wrought iron grills flank the facade, allowing filtered sunlight to illuminate the interior, or so you think. Okay, Mozart, cooking up a banger. Calm down a little bit. A grand entrance with a wide staircase leads up to massive metal doors embellished with brass handles and decorations. Above the entrance, there is a coat of arms featuring the intertwined letters S and B in elegant Gothic font, set against a backdrop of 7 intricately intertwined swords. As you guys approach, the doors open, seemingly by themselves. The inside, dark, gloomy. The interior house is illuminated strictly by fire, candles, sconces, so on and so forth. The interior houses relics of bygone eras, paintings of unknown figures, artifacts encased in glass and sealed by magic. You guys are in the lobby, right, of this government building. You see this wall just lined with paintings, these elegant frames with these names below them. All of them, not a single one covered in dust. All of them represented in the beauty and elegance that it was put into them when they were first painted. 4 portraits, concealed by curtains, loom over the entrance to the court hall. So you guys in the lobby. On the other side of the room, there's the court hall. The door's closed. Each with a golden plaque beneath. Much larger, the portraits, and the plaques much larger than the rest. In order, from left to right. Apostle Ahmet Akbaba, the debaucheress of House Discontent. Apostle Dayu, the herbivore of House Fornication. Apostle Hamish Stackert, the blood artist of House Hubris. Apostle Vladislav Zolotovo, the barbarous of House Avarice. Above those 4
Who was the
portraits,
first house?
Discontent. Above the 4 paintings that, like I said, are covered, is a painting framed in gold. Above the 4 is a painting framed in gold, with a great amount of detail dedicated to the figure. The eldest of the Lambrusco children. The plaque reads, Saint Darkassin Glanodel Lambrusco, patron of House Hubris. As you take a moment to enter, the doors close behind this large group, and you guys are able to kind of take in the area. This kind of functions almost like a little bit of a museum. Besides just the portraits, like I mentioned, that there are other things as well in here as well. Relics that are encased in glass. You can see this magical shimmer around them, obviously guarded by some type of spell. The relics vary from what appears to be simple tools all the way to weapons. Some looking more crude than others way more intricate than you've ever seen in your life. There's armors dedicated to different cultures, and what also appears to be a wall dedicated strictly to the quote-unquote recent map of the world, the layout of all the different borders. You guys can see the previous iterations framed alongside it. It is very strange being here. It's almost like a museum meets hoarder's collection. What's cool to note is that all of the different relics have like the same golden plaque, and they have like when they were first like made, and it'll say like the first age, the second age, so on and so forth. You can see that some of these plaques are a bit newer than others. It seems like the vampires here are trying to keep up with quote unquote modern history, so their naming convention aligns with that. So maybe they had a different term for the first age, but now it is called the first age. So that's what they're going with. It's this cool kind of display as you guys look around. Your guide turns to all of you. Now that you're here, the trial will begin shortly. Take your time, look around, we will come and gather you. And she vanishes down one of the many hallways, but specifically not into the courtroom. You guys have the moment to yourselves. Looking around, you're surrounded in history. Amadeus looks like he's geeking. He's like hogging out at things. Something to note as well is that it's not just Artorican histories here as well. It also appears to be a Shunin as well.
Can I look at the world maps?
Mhm.
I just want to find the one where Ashuna was what I remember it to
Connected, yeah.
be. Yeah, connected and whole.
It was like it says like the last iteration of the second age, map of Praith or whatever. Something to that effect.
Okay, second age. Cool. Shrine's muttering to herself.
Right. Sorry. Looking around, the other paintings are of course properly labeled, the ones that are like on this wall, right? It's almost like the employee of the month, except looks like these are all previous members of the Tanti vote. Maybe or maybe not. There's a lack of members, which kind of makes sense. They're kind of sort of immortal. But it says like their name, their like kind of like their unofficial title, and then what house they were a part of. There's real no like super majority. It's not like a lot of them say like House Hubris or whatever. It seems kind of split. But the further back you go,
Republican, Democrat.
oh, yeah. The further back you go, the more you will see House Glutton, because House Glutton hasn't really existed in the past like 20,000 years. So it's like that would make sense. So is there anything you guys want to do while you're waiting here? Chambers, the pre-game chambers, as it will be known as. You don't have to. You're gonna do shots? Okay, good. Okay, shots. Body shots on Amadeus. God. Ashlyn, anything from you?
No, I don't think so.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, hello.
Okay, my internet's beginning to shit out.
You'll be fine. Don't.
I know BJ's raiding right now, so I think Velka's just, looking around and then hanging around like the people that have come here to support her and such. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, can I have the 4 like full names with like spellings and everything for the 4 vampires? Okay. Because like I have their first names spelled horrifically, and then like the like titles, and then the house, but I want like proper spellings and stuff.
In just in case you're missing it.
Davis,
Yes, sir.
I changed my mind. Ashlyn would like to do something.
What would you like to do?
There's not really going to be an end to what he's doing, but like end as in like ends means to an end,
Yeah.
right? But he's going to be like looking at like these historical things, and he's going to try and sort of look at major conflicts and see like what some of the like things that stick around between like major conflicts, like what seems to go away and what seems to stay.
Sure. Like places or items or just general?
Places, families, names, countries.
I see. I will say, just kind of looking at everything, something seems to ever just be ever present across all the different world maps, which is that the Triangle of Sadness has always existed the way it has. There's been no other like major islands, so Bellissima, Borican, and Isle de Gaul have always been there. Maybe they've gone through different name changes, but the for the most part, they've been Bellissima, Borrigan, and Isle de Gaul for a very, very long time. It seems that they were all independent at one point, and then they weren't. Now that they're Lockrestian territories. Something to note, the biggest change obviously is the land bridges are missing, and those ones have different kingdom names, some long forgotten. But the one that sticks out to you is, please hold. This is important to Nordlandic lore. Hold. Is a country called Al Yukas.
Spelling?
Yeah, I got you. Yiddish, so. And it is the old kingdom for the Aromi. Al Yukas. Or Yukos. I can do phonetic if you would like.
I got it.
There isn't like any like, but if you're looking at like the vampiric names, a lot of them they don't actually share any names, with the exception of the saint. It looks like the position of saint is held by one of the Lambruscos. It looks like the one that served the longest was none other than Dara Lambrusco himself. It looks like he stopped serving shortly before the Sorrowing. Judging by timeline wise, looks like maybe a little bit before what happened to Dasha, meaning that Darkassin is the one who assassinated her entire family, right? It looks like it was held by Dara the longest. I will say, I kind of lied then with the supermajority thing earlier. Dara's held it the longest. Before that, it was Papa Darkassin. Although what's strange is that his portrait is no longer hanging. You can actually see the mark where it where it was at one point, but the only thing there is now just a plaque. But it seems like the only people who have served as saint have been Darkassin, the other one, Dara, Celeste, and double check here. That is it. So Rin, Louis, and Dasha have not. Yeah, the unhinged ones.
Speaking of Dasha, is there any important names we should know connected to the glutton portraits?
Even when it looked like she was like had a family and everything, it seemed like they were not super in the house. It looks like there's always been 4 members, kind of going based off the amount here. 5 if you include the saint, but we're gonna skip that. It looks like their title's apostle, but it does not look like there are too many people from House Glutton. Name-wise, there's a couple of them, but that doesn't look super important. It's not like someone she's brought up in a past life or anything like that. Any other
Dara
questions?
here?
What was that?
Is Dara here?
Like a portrait or like him, the person?
Him, the person.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Actually, funny enough, yes, he is. He kind of just emerges. Vampire stuff, you wouldn't understand. And second. Yeah. He is looking at the 4 current apostles. Once again, their portraits covered.
Okay, I would like to approach him.
He's standing there, just
Darkassin.
looking up at it.
Not Darkassin, Dara.
Yes.
I just wanted, what's the word here? Not confirmation. I wanted to know how I should properly address each of the apostles. If I should say like their full name, if I should use their like titles like the Blood Artist and the Barbarous.
Oh god, don't feed more into their egos. You can just address him as Apostle.
Okay.
That is all that you would. If Darkassin is here, which I hope not, he like rolls his eyes. Then you would address him as Saint.
Okay.
He points at the concealed portrait of Amat Akbaba. Just so that you're aware. He's only been an apostle for about 100 years now, which sounds like a long time. It isn't. And he's only been a vampire for 200 years. And he is from House Envy. House Discontent as well. That's what it says. The plaque says House Discontent. He's using modern lingo.
hmm
He points to the next one. Apostle Daryu has been an apostle for 741 years. And has been a vampire since the Second Age. And she was turned by Celeste. If you're gonna win any of them over, she might be your best bet. She doesn't feed off mortals. She believes they have more rights.
Understood.
Points to the next one. Apostle Hamish Dackhart, the Blood Artist. He throws up the quotation marks. He's been an apostle for 903 years. He's also been a vampire since the Second Age. You should be very scared around him.
No, I feel like come off your head. Sorry, I can't roleplay and type.
There you go. He was turned by Darkassin. Points to the last one. Apostle Vladislav Zolotovo, the Barbarous. He's been an apostle since the Sorrowing. And he's been a vampire since the Dark Age. He looks at you. That's a very long time. And he belongs to House Avarice.
And Avarice is your house, right?
Correct. Glad you're keeping up. I feel like this should go without saying, but just so that you're aware as well. Apostle Amet Akbaba, he's from Artalia.
Oh, connected is he to Artalia? Does he like it, or is he just from there?
He sighs. Has animosity. He was a poor slave before he ascended.
I felt like it gives like a kind of.
He pauses.
Do you know who he was enslaved by?
Yes, something first name starts with letter L, I'm sure of it. Last name Rainbridge.
Lovely. He's dead. I killed him. That's my biological father.
I would see that as highly unlikely. His slavery was nearly 200 years ago.
Bizarre. Okay. More mysteries. We love that.
Apostle Daryu is from Ashuna. She comes from a family of shrine keepers. It is in your best interest to not say ill things of Ashuna.
Okay.
Apostle Hamish Stackert of Winterbank. He is known for his blood magic, hence the obnoxious name. He is also related to Hugo Blase Lefrancois.
Oh, yay.
Can also alter people's dreams.
Is that genetic?
God, I wish I could tell you. But him and his descendant are both equally fucking annoying. Apostle Vladislav Zolotovo the Barbarous. He's a dear friend of mine. And a dear friend to the Aromi. The name might confuse you, but he's actually quite tame nowadays. His fighting days are past him. He's from Ravendal.
How did he end up all the way over here?
The Sorrowing did a number.
Sure.
And then he points to the big fucking portrait of his brother. It says Paradiso. That's what they used to call Artorica before it was Artorica. I don't think I need to go into detail of his state of vampirism. I think you're well aware of that.
Mm-hmm. He's a sun mage, I think is the proper term.
He is something, that's for sure. Daddy's favorite. You notice, by the way, I don't think this is that uncommon, or maybe not that unusual to you, but he's here without his family.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about your would-be judge, jury, and executioners?
Don't think so. You gave me a lot of very useful information. Have you... Jumping back to the Land of Rainbridge thing, like maybe... I'm trying to think of how this could work out, because maybe a Lander was like a junior of some kind.
I think you're overthinking it. I assume it was probably your great-great-great-grandfather. I would maybe recommend not bringing up that you're a Rainbridge in front of him. His slavery is not one that he brags about. Any other questions?
Thanks.
Very well. The best I can say is do your best. Your friends are Vladislav, and that is it. You must earn the rest.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Davis, I'm confused. So is he saying that the Lander that we killed is like a junior of some kind from the Lander that enslaved which was it?
Amet?
Ahmet? Yeah, Ahmet.
Yeah. He never said his name was Lander. He just said it started with the letter L.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just
I
saying
thought
that
when I said Lander Rainbridge, he was like, yeah.
he said something to that effect.
Okay.
It's kind of similar to how, like, Oxton, his name is Lucius, his dad's name is Lucin, his grandfather's name is Lucifer. It's just how they would name people
Okay.
back then.
So it's probably some shit like Landorus or something.
Something annoying. I mean, his son's name is Lysander, okay? I'm sure, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Also, Landorus is a Pokemon.
Is it?
Yeah, Landorus.
Oh, okay.
Third place. All right. He turns, not away from you, or turns to face the group that you came in with. He brought you a whole rat pack.
My posse, yes.
I wouldn't say posse. Your den.
Friends
well-
and family.
Friends and family. And which one of these are family? I don't see any slave owners.
It's not really biological.
Ah, you don't have to explain that to me, obviously. They refer themselves as houses and family.
Hmm.
Well, tell the purple one not to slap me again.
Will do.
Yes, I was joking. I was being not serious. I might not be able to affect the Aromi, but I can affect the ones they love. That was a threat at you, by the way. That was a direct threat at you.
Okay.
How did you
You
even...
can't kill me if I'm already
Yeah,
dead.
true. How did you find yourselves in the companionship of an Aromi?
We were traveling through Winterbank. It was after I was turned. And we ran into a group of Romy traveling, and we kind of joined up for a little bit, you know, like safety in numbers kind of situation. And then she joined our group while we were heading to Ashuna. And we, you know, hit it off.
Is this the same Aromi that my sister is affectionate towards?
Yes.
Interesting. Can't help but notice the arm.
It was taken by preservers.
It seems to happen a lot, no?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Why doesn't she just grow it back?
She does not have those abilities, though I think the Artalian man there, Amadeus, he might be able to do that for her.
That's strange. So the Artalian man will help her grow her arm back.
Maybe.
Interesting.
I'm not sure the extent of his abilities.
I see. You surround yourself in queer company.
I've
You
always been around eclectic people.
Eclectic, big word. If I had any gold stars to give, you would have one.
Thank you.
I see. And tell me, consider this a preliminary trial. How does my sister treat you? Well,
Yes, she's always been kind.
that's good. She was always a one for taking in the looks. Takes a minute to look you top down, back up top. The broken.
Without her, I would not be standing here. That can be a good or a bad thing, I suppose.
Probably bad. You might be turned into dust by today's end.
It was an alright life.
Aren't you like 20?
Trying to be optimistic.
Optimistic about dying? Interesting. Most people aren't optimistic about that, except for lunatics and heretics. There's some overlap there.
Well, I suppose there's no use in groveling about it. Won't change anything.
You didn't try to run away.
I don't think I'd make it very far.
Fair. Knowing the Santi Voce, they would have taken extreme measures. The
My
current
captain
Santi Voce.
is known as the wolf that never lets go, so...
If I had to take a guess, they probably would have paid your captain to hunt you down.
I don't know if he can be bought.
Aren't you mercenaries?
Not in that way. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, fortunately, it doesn't have to come down to that. I'm gonna give you something. He hands you a small vial. Like, really small. Like about the size of a quarter.
What is it?
It has a translucent liquid in there. Like water. If you drink it, it'll kill you.
Elka just like nods her head.
It only works on our kind.
Velka will pocket it.
And
Thank you.
its potency will end by today. Should you get sentenced, I'd rather you go out on your own terms and have to face the wrath of the almighty Radiance.
Does it hurt?
No, it's never affected me, but from the screams and burning smell, I assume it isn't pleasant.
Velka like just nods her head.
I will also ensure that your allies leave the island unharmed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I will see to it that your... You call them nowadays partners. The purple-haired one. What is her relation to you? Wife?
Not quite there yet. Her and I are dating. She's my girlfriend.
I see. Well, I will make sure that your wife-to-be is taken care of. Not in that way. In the killing way. He does not mean in the killing way. And for what it's worth, out of all the houses that you got drafted into, Gluttony isn't the worst, even with the death sentence. You could have
Who is
always...
the worst?
He squints. It could have always been Envy.
Who's the best house?
Did you just ask the embodiment agreed who the best house is?
I'm fully expecting him to say himself. It's more me stroking his ego.
That is a difficult question. If we're going based off of family motto alone, and not including the bastards, I do like House Wrath. And then he goes into a quote. Whatever is begun in anger ends in shame. It's applicable. Also Daddy's favorite saying.
Look, we'll like nod her head at the quote. That might stick with her for a little bit.
You should probably learn your own family motto.
We do kind of have one. It's
No.
not really like a motto, but like something that we say.
I'm referring to Dasha.
Oh.
The gluttons dig their own graves with their teeth. He looks at you. It's evident your grave is pretty deep.
I've crawled out of it once before.
Keep digging, worm.
Twice.
Well, any moment now, the Centivotes are going to call you in and they're going to berate you, and you're going to stand there and say, yes, sir, another.
Understood.
Do not mock them. They do not take to that kindly. Remember, the goal is simple. You simply wish to get at least one of them to side with you. And make this to where they have to call in Saint Darkassin, ooh, the Holy Savior, blah blah blah. Well, enjoy your time. I'll be watching from the sidelines with your friends. And remember, he begins to take a step away towards the group. And he gives you a deep bow, like arm out to the side. To greed, all nature is insufficient. He then kind of stands up from the bow and then flips his hair back and claps his hands, looks at the group. Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. I suggest that all of you remain calm when we enter the courtroom. This is not something you wish to make light of. Even if the sentencing does not rule in your favor, you will remain seated. I do not want chaos in the house. Nor do I want to have to pick up any more remains. All of you, and I mean this seriously, all of you will be able to leave the courthouse safely after the trial. I promise you this. In Vampiric Society, we have very few rules. Ones we do have are very important. But in the eyes of the Santi Voci, you are all protected under the House Lambrusco. I have been made aware that there might be some lawman here who will be able to assist her with her words. Step forward now. And Lancelot and Arthur step forward. You may accompany her into the bullpen. Everybody else, you will sit in the podium, not the podiums, the seating with me. He then looks over the group. Any questions? Ryan, Ashlyn, any questions? Very well. I think this goes without saying that after you leave here today, you may discuss amongst friends and family, perhaps, what you saw here. But I would suggest keeping tight lips. If they find out that you've been speaking too much, the Santi Voci will come after you and your loved ones as well. And there will be no trials, only bloodshed. Are we clear? I don't need any verbal confirmation. Just acknowledge this. Very good. That's fucking hilarious. The Santi Voci versus the Sages, who would win? Yeah, that's fair. It would be cool. That would be a really sick fucking fight. Say the Sages. I would hate it, Bunny, if you started talking about the Vampire Society. Alright. Cool. With that, he claps his hands together, and you can see that he seems to be listening for something, and then the doors to the courtroom open. And you guys see standing there the messenger, the same woman. And she beckons for all of you to enter. Darkassin. Nope. You guys got me fucked up too. Dara. Walks up next to Lancelot, Arthur, and Valka, and begins to escort you. Follow behind me. Let me tell you guys what you see. The inside of the court chambers is a hallowed ground, outfitted with detail that rivals the most prominent divine churches. A raised platform bolsters 4 black thrones, nearly identical to one another, with the only difference being a banner that hangs behind them. One of the banners says House Discontent, with the motto, "Jealousy is the tie that binds and binds and binds." House Fornication, the next banner. Sex is the constellation you have when you cannot have love. Consultation, not constellation. That's ours. House Hubris. We are rarely proud when we are alone. And then House Avarice. To greed, all nature is insufficient. I think that actually covers all of it. Oh, you guys don't get Sloth, which is ironic.
They were too lazy to come up with one.
Yeah, you know what? There has been a surprising amount of Sloth representation, and that's okay. A fifth throne resides in the middle between the four, splitting them in half, 2 on each side. The reflective silver depicts the 7 deadly sins in one seamless panorama. The depravity is unmatched. Dara leads the 3 goons to the bullpen, which is basically like the floor, right, where you're going to stand trial. There is no table, but just a bench, some benches on the side, and he lets you guys down there. You can see that the chamber is pretty much empty outside of some looks like some guards who are just dressed in full plate mail. You can see their glowing eyes reflecting from beneath the helm, just standing guard, positioned all around the room. Not too many, probably about less than a dozen. After he looks at, or kind of gives you guys the opening, there's like a little gate, or not like a gate, like a little swinging door, or I guess gate works through. Fuck it, why not? He lets you into the bullpen. You guys are technically below where the Santi Voce will be sitting, so they're going to be looking down at you. Kind of like a judge podium, but like they don't have like a desk to sit behind. Does that make sense? Cool. He then looks at you, Volka. Best of luck, cousin. And he goes and grabs the rest of the group and begins to kind of sit all of you down in the pretty large, like, arena-style seating. The seating is kind of that of like a church-like, almost like the pews, right? So it's like light cushioning, nothing crazy. You guys are just there for the court. It smells heavily of frankincense in here, and there is very, very little light outside of, lit flames. The ceiling above has kind of like a, what is it called? God help me. Why can I think? The church in the Vatican with the beautiful painting that was painted by Michelangelo or whatever went blind. Sistine Chapel? I think I got it right that time.
Sistine Chapel?
Sistine Chapel, thank you. My Civ knowledge coming in clutch, ain't ending. You can see this just gorgeous artwork. Nothing really depicted outside of just like these angelic figures. It's supposed to be kind of church-like, right? And there seems to be a kind of funny, a long, natural crack running down the center of it. This like jagged marking, maybe an earthquake at one. But it seems to be there now and just kind of is a part of the building. As you guys take a seat, the chamber doors close behind you, and you're kind of sitting there in this awkward silence, maybe chit-chatting amongst one another. And Lancelot and Arthur kind of do a little huddle around you, Volka. Well, As, I don't think there's too much we can do to help you, but we'll be here just in case you need anything.
Okay, thank you.
Arthur picks up where he left off. Is there anything we can do for you right now, hon?
I don't think there's anything you can do at the moment.
If I can give you any advice, I would say only give them the answers that they're requesting. Do not answer any questions that you think might be there. Just the direct.
Okay.
He gives you this weak smile. You'll be fine.
Elka takes like a deep breath.
Lancelot picks up. We'll stand here with you until they enter the chambers, and then we'll go find our seat in behind you.
Okay, thank you.
You guys have a couple moments to yourselves. You're chatting, and then doors. You don't see them, but open from somewhere. You hear footsteps approaching the throne. Entering the chamber, 4 figures emerge. I will post them in the same order that I typed. The first to arrive, sitting beneath the banner of House Enby. Apostle Amet Akbaba, a tiefling man. Followed by, sitting
Does
underneath,
he have horns, or are they like shaved down?
no horns.
Okay.
Followed by the presence of House Fortifications Apostle Dayu. Then followed by House Hubris's Apostle Hamish Stackert. And lastly, ever so lastly, followed by House Pride or House Avarice's Apostle Vladislav Zolotovo. Like I was saying earlier, Amet Akbaba appears to be a tiefling. A red tail trails behind him. Apostle Dayu looks out of human. Period. And then Hamish, I believe, is appears to be a half elf. Yeah. Well, all the vampires have glowing. I don't know. And then Apostle Vladislav Zolotovo stands significantly taller above the rest. Probably approaching the range of around 6'5". And he has these tattered bug-like wings behind him, reminiscent of that of a fairy. Good question. They look tattered moth-like.
Does he have
These-
antenna?
No antenna. It almost looks like a cloak at first, but you guys see that as he like sits down. Yeah, his shoulder blades. It looks like. Let me make sure I have the right one. Yeah, they look like the wings of a winter moth. I can post a picture of the winter moth if that'll make it everyone easier. All right, I'll do that. I'll put it. I will reply right here. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. And then together. Each of them sit down in one of the in the 4 black thrones, the silver one left unattended, obviously meant for the saint, should he ever be present. They sit down, and doing so, Lancelot and Arthur walk away. The 4 stare down at you, Volka. Apostle Amet Akbaba, Apostle Hamish Stackert, and Apostle Vladislav Zolotovo all have these red eyes. Obviously, at this point, you know that those are those who feast on mortals.
Human blood.
And then Apostle Dayu has golden eyes, which is to say that she feasts on animals.
That was the one known as the herbivore, right?
Herbivore, yep, exactly.
She's vegan too.
Apostle Hamish clears his throat and stands up and approaches the edge of their platform, looking down at you. He has his hand interlaced in front of him, pointed like this. Very like kind of formal politician. Volker Kotzenbach, House Glutton. You've been formally charged with residing in the traitorous House Glutton, and we're here to discuss the matter of facts surrounding it. This is not a trial. I know you mortals are a bit confused by this concept, but we are here to address her character and figure out whether or not she can continue to live. Here's the issue. In accordance with our ancient laws, House Glutton can only have one member, the matron. Laws are not impossible to change. They can adapt, evolve, and maybe, just maybe, benefit you. I'm not saying that it will happen here today. No. I'm saying, simply put, we are here to discuss you. And he gestures to you with it. You see these long, pointed nails. You, Miss Volka Katzenbach. We will ask you question after question, and we hope that you will take this seriously and answer in complete and utter honesty. It is not in your best interest to lie to people of our kind. Should you be found guilty, the law hasn't changed, and you are sentenced to death. We will do it in accordance of old laws as well, which is a cleansing death, one of radiance. The most honorable way to go in our society. I suggest you think carefully about every word you say, because we will think about them, and it will ultimately decide the very sentence that you receive. My name is Apostle Hamish Stackert, and I will start off this inquiry. Volker Katzenbach. At current year, how old are you?
I am 18 years old.
Young, indeed. A fraction of a lifetime that all of us have spent. And where do you hail from?
Thera Sartalia.
A beautiful city. Although recently pillaged.
Yes.
He looks back to the Ashunan woman and looks back at you. And tell us a little about yourself. Your humble beginnings.
I grew up in a small family on the streets of Theros before I was picked up by the Moonlighters after being convicted by the Preservers on an account of theft.
And it's true that during your time with the Preservers, with the Moonlighters, that was me fucking up. You had a mishap in Winter Court. You were still accused of manslaughter, correct?
Yes.
I see. Now, was that pre or post your turning by our beloved Queen Glutton?
He's referring to the death of the Twick kids?
Yep.
That was pre, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bells was still werewolf at that point. Pre.
See. I see. So before you would turn vampiric, there was some form of legal problems.
Yes.
I see. Theft and then manslaughter. Quite a jump in charges. Very well. Interesting. He's like pacing back and forth. Just to kind of give you a bit of a description for the others, Ahmet sits like that of like a disgruntled pharaoh. So his hand is like resting on his, or his head is resting on his hand like that. His legs are crossed.
Like the Jarls in
Yeah,
Skyrim.
Literally, yeah. Dayu is sitting with this, what you would expect, perfect Ashunan posture. We're talking arms resting on the armrest and like back straight, legs firmly planted on the ground. And then Vladislav has his legs crossed on the throne. So he's sitting with his like on his leg, and he is leaning forward with his hands in front of his face, obscuring most of his view. Hamish, for what it's worth, is walking, if you can believe such a thing, in a similar manner to that of Hugo. This like well-to-do, very posh, traditional Winterbank like politician attitude. I see. And let us cut to the chase. What were the factors that made you think about turning to vampirism?
The only way I could guarantee I wouldn't hurt anyone.
What do you mean by that, my dear?
I had been cursed with lycanthropy, and if I were to reach the end of it, there was a chance I would die in my body and be transformed into a beast.
I see. A terrible fate. I sympathize. So you turned to the only known cure, vampirism. Vampirism from that of the House Lambrusco. Tell me, was it you who sought out Nastasia Lambrusco?
Alicia out of the question. That's a confusing question because we weren't seeking her out to begin with.
You were seeking out a cure when you were traveling back to the castle after you had been turned as a werewolf.
Okay.
And then afterwards, you kind of hung out with her. So he's trying to get at. Well, I'll let you interpret the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Was it you that sought after Nastasia Lambrusco?
We were not seeking her.
So you stumbled across her.
Yes.
Great. I am by no means calling that a lie. I just think it is interesting that lightning strikes in the same place twice. You went through the castle. I already forgot the name. Oh.
Lochthwain.
Yeah, thank you. Castle Lochthwain once. And then you came back for a second round. Intriguing. Truly. But upon the first glance at it, the first visit there, you did not know it was vampiric in nature.
No.
Very well. Tell me. If there was any other cure, if there was, would you have taken it over vampirism?
If there was one that I was confident wouldn't kill me or turn me into a beast of some kind, yes.
I see. Now, to be fair, the cure of vampirism did in fact kill you briefly.
Briefly, yeah.
I see. And did you know the history of House Skeleton when you asked to be turned?
No.
I see. Okay. That is what I have for the moment. I will let my associates talk with you as well. And he goes and sits back on the throne. Dayu stands up. Good morning.
Morning.
You returned not too long ago, considering your... Have you drawn blood purposely for the act of consumption during that time?
Only once from a corpse when I was first turned.
Of course, a necessary act in order to
Yes.
fully transform.
Since then, no.
I see. A corpse, too. Very strange, typically. And she's glancing at Hamish. Typically reserved for those who don't wish to harm the living. I would like to discuss your relationship with Natasia, if that is all right.
Yes.
Before coming to our grand city, how much did you know about your matron?
We traveled with her for a little while, and I knew like pleasantries of her. I didn't know a whole lot about her history or her family, but we were friends.
Interesting. I'm assuming that you're unaware of traditional vampiric norms. Friends is a very strong term. One almost reserved for that of a partner or a spouse. So you never had a relationship of that of a master and a thrall?
No,
Did she ever ask you to do anything?
no,
Did she ever command you to do anything?
no.
I see.
Throughout our entire what's the word here? Throughout our entire time traveling together, she's always allowed me full autonomy.
Has she taught you in the ways of vampirism? She taught you how to hunt? Has she taught you how to awaken your powers or anything like that?
She gave me like a general rundown of like some of the things that like I might experience, such as like the ability to like see in the dark, that kind of stuff.
And at any point did the two of you hunt together?
No,
And Natasia's diet, from the best of your memory, is it that of mortality or that of natural?
to my knowledge, she just feeds on animals. And she doesn't like to do that really in front of us either. She usually goes out on her own.
She gives you a smile. She seems, so far, to be the friendliest towards your
Okay.
plight. And should you leave the room today alive and well, what would you do with your life?
I would hopefully fill it with love.
Of what kind?
Platonic, romantic, familial.
I see. Family is important to you.
Yes.
Seems as though the only thing you're gluttonous for is love.
Milka like kind of like nods, like I don't know if that's the wording, but yeah, sure. That kind of nod.
Very good. She sits back down in her chair. Like a slinky going down some stairs, Ahmet Akbaba exits his throne. He approaches it sauntering like a cool guy. This like warm radiance surrounding him. He looks down at you. You can tell just by looking into those soulless red crimson eyes that he already despises your very existence.
Lovely.
There is a sense of embarrassment, not on his behalf, but for you, where he's like, I cannot believe you're in front of us here today. Since you're turning, takes a long pause. How many people have you taken the final breath from?
Hi, Alicia. Isn't it just Lander? Yeah. Just
Oh, she's dead now. R.I.P. It was nice knowing you. To be executed. To the gallows!
Death. Instant. Now.
Now that she's gone, let's talk shit about her. How do you guys feel about her sentencing or her trial so far, Andon?
gonna go so terribly. Oh my god.
Oh,
You
hi.
hear
Oh my
me?
god, we were just talking about how you're doing so well, sweet.
You're doing so good. You're doing so good. Keep up the good work.
He asked how many people I killed.
Yeah.
Okay, just one.
I see. And was this a technically, but she was in a portal, so like, maybe she has like, yeah, it's a bit different. It's a bit different.
Who was the other one?
Duma, is what Isabel's arguing.
I was not the killing blow. I fought him briefly.
Her. Yeah, she got thrown into the fucking ley line. All right. I see. And this person, was this a killing of passion, self-defense? What was it?
Little column A and little column B.
I see. But not out of hunger.
No.
I see. Tell me, do you ever hunger?
No.
Never.
Not in like the vampiric sense.
That's not what I asked.
Bread.
You crave.
No more than I did when I was human.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How can you be positive?
I still remember when I was human.
He shakes his head. The high of vampirism is one that happens without you knowing about it. You might not think about it, but maybe you eat a little bit more bread than you used. Maybe you crave a little bit more material wealth than you used to. Maybe you crave the flesh of a companion more than you used to. I find it impossible that you, a vermin from the streets, don't crave more. Pauses. "18 years old. It seems that everything, every system that was in place has failed you. If you're here today, right? You returned out of need, as you claim. Out of perhaps a seek of power? Unsure. Here's what I find strange. And he turns his body to look completely at you. He was just like eyeing you from the side. You say that there was no other cure, but you could have just not turned to vampirism. Could have lived as a mindless wolf creature, prowling the woods, and maybe someone might have been able to save you someday. From what I understand about lycanthropy, and he smiles, it is a mental fortitude in order to stop the progression. And there is a chance to break those chains, free yourselves from the beast-like slavery, and overcome and be the supernatural self. A state, man and beast. If you were that close, that necessary, to switch to vampirism, it means that your mind is not as strong. Well, that's it, I suppose. Your mind is not as strong. So, you might not crave anything now, but how can we ensure that in the future you won't crave? How are we sure that your mind's walls won't crumble once more and you won't give in to your carnal desires to feast, to consume, and to fatten? How can we trust you?
Suppose it's just faith. There's no guarantee that that will happen either, I suppose.
It seems that you don't have any faith in yourself. This is hard to reconcile with, but there is a very real possibility that you will achieve consumption by the radiant flame today. And yet you have so very little faith. Let me tell you what I see. I see a mere babe in a den of wolves. You know not of the realities of the world. 18 years doesn't tell you much, except that you were shitting yourselves 18 years ago. And now here you are, shitting yourself again. I think a weak mind is not suitable for that of vampirism. Because if you give in to just one of your desires, you will crumble, you will fall, and you will tear apart those that love you. Vampirism is no different than lycanthropy. Both sides see one another as a curse and a blessing. What do you see yourself in right now? Is this a curse or a blessing?
I see it as a blessing.
Why?
I was given another chance to experience life and do my best to keep those I care about safe and those who those most vulnerable safe.
You yourself are vulnerable. Who's keeping you safe?
The people I love.
Your chains wrap around you tightly. He walks back over to the throne and sits down. Vladislav begrudgingly gets up. He walks over to the edge and he stares down at you. He opens his mouth, and before you hear the words, you take note that his fangs are not normal. They are red, ruby-like crystals. Finely shaped, of course, not just jagged pieces of material, but very strange nonetheless. You stink of the Aromi. Do you hail from an Aromi tribe?
I do not.
He gestures for you to continue. He's like seeking the answer on why.
Okay. I was just told not to answer anything
Yeah.
they didn't ask me.
I know.
So, yeah. I am close with Arumi though. So while I don't necessarily belong to the tribe, I'm close with them.
You speak in hidden truths. It is more than just knowing, yes?
Yes, my girlfriend is an Arumi.
There is a sanctity between vampires and the Aromi. Unfortunately, you are no Aromi, even by marriage. Something that we would all have to respect, no? That was not, he was looking at you, that was not addressed to you.
Okay, I didn't think so. Rhetorical, no.
Mhm. In my long life, I've seen many of vampires. I have seen many of vampires turn on their basic instinct. You have been vampire for 2 cycles? If that?
Yes, close to 2 years.
And you have yet to kill for the act of consumption.
I have not.
Hmm. The next sentence surprises you because it's in giant. It is clear that you have friends and family that support you in everything you desire. Should you be cut loose from this trial, I am not asking what you will do. I'm asking, where will you go?
I will continue traveling with the Nighters until I am let go, and then I will rejoin my family and the people I care about.
Oh yeah, you're not proficient in giant yet, are you?
I'm assuming Velk is like piecing it together.
It was a pretty simple sentence. I guess at that point, yeah, you're right. At that point, he's just like listening to your broken giant and is able to piece together kind of what you're getting. He switches back to common. I harbor no ill fortune against you. I have seen people from far worse ways of life act more barbarous when given such power. You seem about as threatening as a barking dog guarding master's front door. It is obvious by the way you carry yourself, the way you talk. It is not words that you are proficient in, but the act of killing. The act of killing that seems to be more defensive. You don't go out of your way to seek blood. It seems to follow you, no?
Yeah, the holes that we end up in aren't usually sought out.
Do you understand the gravity of the situation?
Yes.
Should we rule in favor of letting you exist, you will change thousands of years. A precedent. You will be the first to exist outside of the matron of House Glutton. You understand the importance of this?
Yes.
He kneels down, so he goes to one knee. We have been asking you many a question. Questions that rack our brains. We're trying to ascertain the character that you portray. I wish to give you the floor. Instead of responding, be proactive. What do you want to tell us? Or at the very least, what would you like to tell me?
So, I suppose I'll start from the beginning. I was cursed with lycanthropy, as you've all been made aware of, and my group and I, we were seeking a cure. I was initially turned at Castle Loch Thwain while we were traveling through the area, and we thought our only chances of finding a cure was to go back there. That's where we met the werewolves, and there was a chance that wasn't a guarantee to maybe not cure but control lycanthropy. It was slim. And we were tricked to go in the castle, which is where we stumbled upon Dasha, and then attacked when we left. And after we escaped with Natasia, that's when when I had her change me. And since then, in those 2 years that we've been traveling together, and I have been a Dhampir, I haven't had any hunger. I've not for in the vampiric nature. I haven't killed anyone for like gluttonous or like reasons. And I don't believe I am a threat. I don't believe I pose a threat to the greater public with my new nature. The enhancements that Dampirism has provided me have only granted me the ability to better protect those who need it. Like during the attack on Theros, I used my ability to climb walls and see in the dark to help locate and free those trapped beneath rubble. So far, it hasn't. I haven't hurt anyone, which is what my goal was initially. I didn't want to be a wolf because I didn't want to hurt anyone. It wasn't for power reasons. It wasn't for eternal life. I just didn't want to hurt anyone.
I see. Better nature than most vampires that exist. His eyes quickly dart away from you and look at the crowd. Romy. Stand. He's looking at the you lot in the back. Sloane looks at you, Shrine, for like guidance. She stands. He goes back to consulting her in Giant. Or, back to her. Goes back to consulting in Giant. You have been with her for quite some time. Or whatever you mortals perceive as time. As an elf. He sniffs the air. An elf. I'm sure that you are filled with joy. That your partner might be able to be with you longer than a normal human might be able to. When you look into her eyes in moments that you two are alone, is it the same person that you've always known? The Sloane pauses. Shrine, you hear this. Everyone hears it. Everyone who speaks Giant is just like, oh, okay, we understand what he's saying. Huh? Pretty much everyone. Ashlyn. Okay, so Ashlyn and Shrine. The person that I met continues to be the person that I wish to continue spending time with. The person that I adore and cherish. I see. He stands back up and he looks back down at you, Valka. And then Sloane says in Giant back to him, unprompted by him. The famous line, or famous to us, I suppose, or slowly becoming famous. The to the monsters, we are the monsters. He looks at her, a bit surprised, smiles. A classic sentiment. Please sit. He continues to stare at you, Volka. You and I, we have never met. But I can tell by looking into your eyes that I see some similarity between us. We have crossed paths, similar souls. The one who calls himself Penny.
Velka, like, alerts up, like, hearing the familiar name.
If there is one person that I trust more than the patron of House Avarice, it is a person who fought for the betterment of humanity or mortality during the Sorrowing.
And he was alive during the sorrowing.
His words speak volume. He tells me that you owe him a debt. A debt that continues to be, or needs to be continued.
This is true.
As it stands, I am not a thief. Back in my home, if you were a thief, well, different times. So I will not steal from someone. It's against my nature. Whatever you three decide, he turns to face the rest of the apostles. Know that I stand in favor of keeping her alive. She is well spoken. She is good natured. She is well loved. She is cherished by friends. It appears to me that taking one's life away, or taking her life away, would be doing a greater disservice to our kind than keeping her. And the only people who can even tell which house she comes from, the Lambrusco. What does it matter if one slips through the cracks? A lone raven finding roost in a foreign kingdom. He turns back to you. Volka. I remember damage in the escape. He says it to you in common. Don't let these mindless apes scare you. They are babies, just like you. And he walks back over to the throne. All of you can see that Ahmet is a little upset by the conclusion to that man's speech. Like, you know, gripping at the the metal armrest. Hamish looks disgruntled, and Dayu looks unbothered. It seems that Vladislav, the barbarous, although might not fight with his swords anymore, might still fight with his words. And oh boy, did he pick a battle. Hamish stands once more. I'm like my associates are curious. You stand in the sunlight, unbothered. Yet you were bit by Natasia. Do you possess a day-walking ring?
No.
The two others, Dayu and Amet, lean forward. They seem curious by this. You drank some of Natasia's blood, and then she killed you, correct?
I believe that's how the process goes, yes?
And then you were awoken.
Yes.
You drank the blood of a corpse,
Yes.
and you've been able to walk in the sun.
Yes.
Amet, you can hear, loudly vocalizes, that is impossible. Hamish holds out his hand to him. Yes?
Was that directed at me?
Yeah, he's...
Okay, I figured it was just something with the Lambruscos. Because Dasha doesn't have to either.
It is a intrinsic ability exclusive to the Lambruscos and those who are blood cursed. You were not given the ritual of a blood curse. You were given the ritual of a thrall. You would say spawn. My apologies. A spawn. You, Miss Katzenbach, are an interesting figure. An abnormality. Huh. He sits down in the chair. Dayu stands up and hops down from the from their level, like whoop, jumps down to your level, and she approaches you. She's not very tall. She's a little bit taller than you, maybe around like 5'5". She walks up to you once again, flashing you this smile of not like I'm gonna kill you smile like a fucking gorilla, but like a hey, what's up, man? And she is about like maybe a foot away from you, and you can tell she's just looking at you. She is observing you not as a person, but as like a piece of meat. And it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Not like what is wrong with you, but what is wrong with your like physical form.
Velka just clasps her hands behind her back and just allows this.
While she's looking at you, looking at her, you can see that she's wearing this ornate ring, with yes, a looks like what's it called? Iconography, an icon or a symbol. Oh, Anna, what are you about to input?
Iconography.
Iconography, thank you. Iconography of House Lust. As you look past her, because of your super cool eagle vision, you can see the rest of the Santi Voci are also wearing similarly ornate rings representing which house they're from. This might be the ring that they're alluding to. She speaks up. Can I see your hands?
But will hold out her hands.
She gently places them in hers, and she's just looking at them.
Velka's got like a couple rings on. She's got like her bracelets and everything.
Yeah.
Her hands are.
You can see that Amet, or you can hear Amet, like, not nervously, but I want to say frantic. What's the word I'm looking for? Ill-tempered, sure. Tapping his chair loudly, like, you know, this, like someone like clicking a pen. Seemingly upset with this investigation. It's just like, we all know what's going to happen here. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. That's the energy you're getting from him. Hamish just seems happy to be there. He gives you, like, little bro or big bro Hugo vibes. He's like, oh, you're still a fascist, But at least you're less creepy about it, I guess. Fascist for vampires, completely different. While this investigation has happened, the rest of the people in the crowd, you guys see walking down from like one of the, because it's it's kind of like the stadium seating or arena seating, right? This person approaching, kind of like this, in this service uniform, right? Like a butler per se, approaches you guys, and you can see it's very strange. He's holding what appears to be a make sure I'm fucking crazy here. Yes, a covered silver tray. You know, like the ones where butlers would present like a like a meal to you. You can see that he has one arm behind his back, very stewardly like, carrying the tray in the other, like the palm of his other hand. And he walks past all of you and up to Dara, who's sitting at like the end cap of the row, like on near the stairs. And you can see that he takes a knee, presenting the tray to Dara. Now, Dara, Ashlyn, and Shrine, are you guys paying attention to this interaction? It's going on in the background compared to what's happening up front. Yeah, it is next to you. Go ahead, both of you. Let's go with insight checks to see how the vibes you're getting from Dara. You want mine?
God damn.
What? Oh, I see. I forgot that you rolled in the. What did you roll over there? Great googly moogly. Wait, it didn't show up. What did you roll, Andon?
He rolled a 4, and then the +8 is a 7. Or no, yeah, he rolled a 4,
17.
and there's
5
yeah.
plus 12.
Goodness. Oh yeah, you did roll a 5, not a 4.
Oh, why is it not showing up for me? It is what it is. You said 12?
17.
17, apologies. Very cool. Okay, sounds good. Shrine, you're a bit distracted by the hot Asian woman harassing your cute Artalian friend. Ashlyn, you bleach scary song noise. You know what I'm talking to. You get this just by Dara's eyes quickly flashing over to the silver tray. He's sitting kind of similar to that of Ahmet, where he's like resting his arm and like just has his chin on his hand and like looks over, just looks. And you hear him very calmly say, "Are you sure about that?" Ashlyn, with your insight check. Give me another one.
Another insight check?
Mm-hmm.
Let's
20.
fucking go.
28.
The service worker, they appear vampiric in nature, the crimson eyes and everything, right? Is trembling in fear. Like they pulled the shortest straw, now they're here. They have to be here. They are, without a doubt, shitting themselves with what they're holding. You can't tell. It's a very slight, you hear it just barely clattering of the tray. And the vampire, without hesitation, just nods. It's nervous at first, but then quickly, like I said, with the 28, you're able to notice that. Very quickly, it seems firm. Everyone else is just like, okay, this is a weird interaction, whatever. He's getting a cool fucking bag of popcorn for the show.
Man just came in with the demon core.
Dara sighs. And he turns his head very slowly, and he looks at the vampire servant, and he raises his eyebrows and goes, "Whatever you're about to show me, understand I'm not upset at you." With the 28, you see that he fumbles at first, once again, only with the 28. And he grabs the top of the tray. Remember, like the service tray, covered. And he pulls it off. And you see, resting on the tray, plated, 2 tongues and a vial of blood with a ring floating inside of it. One more insight check, Ashlyn.
Oof.
That's still fine.
15 still.
Dara's animosity has shifted to a full-blown rage. You can hear his knuckles crack as he splinters the bench, like armchair that he was resting his hand on. You can see the wood kind of splintering. He nods, and he watches the vampire worker puts the tray on, or the cover back on. You then watch as he takes his from behind his back, he hands Dara a letter. And you watch as he, with his fingernail, just breaks the seal on it and unfolds the parchment. You watch as it takes him just a second to scan it, and then he closes it back up, and then stands up from the bench, leaving the letter where he was sitting. He turns to the worker. Stand right there. Do not move. And he begins his slow, angered descent towards the bullpen, where Volka, Dayu, and the lawyers are.
Yippee.
Eska turns to you, Ashlyn. Without saying anything, he tells you something in your mind. The letter says, forget not what happened to House Glutton, for their betrayal.
Ashlyn thinks about the two tongues on the platter, and he thinks the kids, and then he thinks the ring, and he thinks the wife. These are the images that are flashing in his brain. The synapses firing.
Your thoughts align with his. You sense this imposing, terrifying aura as he just walks down the stairs. You can see the rest of the crowd that was unaware of the situation happening, just kind of like watches and like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? As he's walking down, both Lancelot and Arthur turn to look at him from the bullpen, but don't really question it. It's like, okay, whatever, vampire horde, that's fine. He walks past the gate, just like, you know, it's one of those like kind of like the saloon doors, right? Where it's not like an actual like gate where like it means anything. It's just like little pieces of wood that move on a hinge. And he walks up. Volka, you don't know what's going on. Your back is to them.
Yeah.
Dayu, you can see her head looks past yours. She's still holding your hands. And you, give me an insight check.
I rolled a 2.
Okay.
Insight plus 0.
You don't sense anything outside of, or you don't think of anything. She's just there in front of you, and then she's no longer in front of you, and she is back in her chair, like in the blink of an eye.
I think I see her look like over my shoulder. I glance, and when I turn back, she's just not there.
Yeah. You turn back and you see Dara approaching, this scary aura following him. I will say that even with a baby passive insight, he is approaching with a sense of bloodlust that you've only seen.
One.
I know. Yeah, the sense of bloodlust that is not too foreign from you, but is on another level. He walks up next to you. stand back there, and he points.
Where's he pointing?
Like about 15 feet away from where you're currently standing.
I nod my head and I go stand over there.
Hamish looks at him, still standing, or is like standing up, like propping himself up. We are conducting a trial here. And Dar looks at him. Hamish, for once in your miserable existence, shut the fuck up. And you watch as he jumps up from the level onto their level. So he jumps from the bullpen onto the stand. Valka, everyone else, you guys see different reactions. Ahmet looks not shocked, just like, what are you doing? Dayu looks scared, shitless. Hamish seems intrigued, and if not maybe feigning this sense of fear. And Vladislav looks at him with fear. Not of himself, but of what is going to happen. We'll check here. No. I was right the first time. As he jumps on the platform, you guys, all of you, this aura is overwhelming. You all, addressing them, not his back is to you guys. But you guys are hearing this. You all have exactly 1 minute to tell me why I was threatened by pieces of my family. Ashlyn, with your passive insight. All of them look confused. Vladislav looks surprised. Almost like, not like he's guilty of the crime, but just like, someone actually did this. He looks at them. I'm counting. Of the two that seem kind of guilty, which is the brown man, I'm joking, Ahmet and Hamish, the two stare back at him with the same like kind of scary resolution. They're like, what are you going to kind of do? Like, we don't know what you're talking about. What are you going to do about it? Okay. There's this moment of silence. You don't know if it's longer than a minute, but he said he's counting, so he's probably counting. And then you hear Ahmet speak up. It is not a threat, but a promise. You guys watch as Dara's head snaps in his direction and begins to walk over to him. He stands, and you watch as Ahmet stands as well. Of course. Grovel, and I will show you mercy. I know you're not the ringleader, you dim-witted bat. Hamish begins to stand up from his chair, or like kind of straighten his posture. We have laws, Dara. And you watch as Dara holds up his hand, and then with his fingers just motions downward to like sit, and you guys watch as his body slams down into the chair. Ahmet looks back at him with the same level of intensity, trying to match Dara's. I listened to one Lambrusco. You guys watch as Dara takes a step forward and chuckles. This weird sense of like, kind of twisted, like, this is not a joke, and you're like, oh, okay, he's just kind of a little maniacal, that's fine, a little bit of a lunatic, that's okay. And you guys watch as he's just like, Ahmet doesn't really know how to perceive what is happening to him, it's just kind of like staring back at him confused once more. And you guys watch, everyone in horror witnesses as Dara takes his hand and in an instant pierces through the belly of Ahmet and pulls out what appears to be his intestines.
Oh my.
And you watch as he quickly wraps it around Ahmet's neck and choking him with it. Immediately, if you can imagine this, although they are vampires. Amet screams begin to echo through the room, and Hamish looks at what is this display in horror. Dayu is gets up and is backing away from the two. She was the one sitting next to Amet, and Vladislav is looking with great intrigue. You watch as the choking man, or you watch as Dara tries to choke out this man with his own intestines, and you watch as from behind, because Dara's behind him, holding him up. You watch as Dar with his free hand begins to gouge out the eyes of Amet, shoving him down his throat. You hear this gagging sound before each eyeball is systematically swallowed. And just when the last one, there's this mighty gulp, you watch as Dara holds his presses his fingers past the teeth of Amet and pulls on the jaw and rips it clean off, his lower jaw. You guys watch as his lower jaw hits the floor in the bullpen kind of near you, Volka, spraying blood everywhere. There is some obvious horror coming from you guys as you're watching this clear scene of brutality, but it doesn't stop there. You watch as then Dara begins to snap and break every limb at its joint. You know, the shoulders and then the elbows. And as
Turning
Amet
him into a meatball.
Begins to crumble, starting with his arms and going down to his legs. You watch as Dara grabs the finger with the supposed Daywalker ring and snaps the finger clean off. And you watch as he takes the ring off and puts it away in his pocket and then swallows the finger. He then grabs the man, Amet, by the hair and drags him to the edge of the platform that the Visanti Voce were sitting at. And you watch...
It's like Dara's gluttony.
You watch as he throws the body, the mangled mangled person, into the bullpen about 5 feet away from you, Volka. You see this convulsing frame of this once powerful vampire.
Very uncomfortable.
As he's struggling, you see this mangled body, this intestines wrapped around his throat, his eyes missing, bleeding everywhere, his lower jaw nowhere to be found, his tongue just kind of swirling in the open air. You watch as Dara goes to where Amet was sitting and clicks a button that was hidden. You just hear the sound of a button being clicked, presses it on the armchair. And then he walks over to where Dayu was sitting and clicks another button. And then he walks over to where Hamish is sitting at, and he looks down at him, and you hear him say, "Click the button." And Hamish moves his hand away, and Dara just clicks the button for him. Dara then looks over to Vladislav, and the two exchange the stare for a moment, and then Vladislav clicks the button. You guys hear the stone roof begin to tremble and move. And from where the crack was in the ceiling with the painting, you watch as the ceiling begins to open and sunlight begins to flood in. Dara jumps to the maimed apostle, sitting on his back, holding him in place. And you guys bear witness to this monologue. Your gurgling excites me for what will happen to you. May the sun cleanse you of your sins or whatever you fucking believe in. This will serve as a reminder to the rest that blind obedience is for mortals, and you are just that. A mortal drunk on non-existent power, given to you by the powerful. I would add your skull to the mountain of others, but I'll save yours in particular to piss in, you fucking vermin. Pray to whatever gods that may be listening. And you watch as the sunlight begins to flood in. Although it seems that the Santi Voci, seemingly with their rings, are immune to the sunlight, begin to cower still. Move up from their chairs and kind of stand behind them. And you watch as the sun, it's like the slow curtain, spotlight, beginning to flood the bullpen, and only the bullpen. You watch as it slowly begins to make its way, like a cloud, moving away from obscuring the moon. It begins to make its way to Dara, who's sitting upon Amet. And you guys watch, listen, smell, as the scene of a burning vampire being embraced by the full intensity of the sun, their one natural enemy.
Full concentrated power of the sun!
You watch as it tears through his body, him erupting in this radiant light, Dara seemingly unfazed by this. You watch as he looks up towards the sun, and you hear him whistling. Almost like this is too much time than it's actually worth. The screaming is intense. And even after it is done, you're not sure it's completely over. Until Dara stands up, grabbing the now bleached skull of Ahmet Akbaba. He places it against his hip, holding it almost like a person with their bag. Santi Voci, you may close off the sunlight. And you watch as they go back and click the buttons, and Dayu clicks the button for Ahmet's seat. The roof begins to close once more, and the smell still permeates that of burning flesh. He looks back to you, Volka. I've grown bored. Tired, even. And apparently I have other matters to take care of. So he turns back to the Santi Voci. Place your vote. And Dayu speaks up. I'm in favor, after clearing her throat, I'm in favor of clearing her of the charges. Right. He then looks to Vladislav. She is innocent in my eyes. And then he looks to Hamish. Don't even fucking bother. I know your answer. Go get my brother. We'll be here tomorrow. And then he looks down at the ash that he was sitting on, or the ash and bones. And clean up your fucking courtroom. And he steps over the body, and he walks past you, Volka. And he places his hand on your shoulder. It's bloodied.
Is he just like placing it there?
Yeah,
is he,
yeah.
like,
And he's turning to
dragging
look
her
at you.
with?
No. He's placing his hand on your shoulder and looks at you. The odds are no longer in your favor. And he looks down at the skull he's carrying, looks at it with this disgust. It's very clear disdain. And he holds it up, like props up in his hand, and then looks back to the thrones, and he goes, I already have so many skulls to piss in. And you watch as he takes a skull and chucks it at the throne that the saint would sit in. Leave it there as a message to my delinquent fucking brother.
Velka will, like, turn to everyone else, like, kind of like, oh, everyone else is here too. Like, looking for her.
Someone approaches slowly. Well, that settles that. You know how to get to my estate, Volka.
I do.
Be there no later than sundown. He turns to the rest of you. I will see you when I see you. He walks past you guys. And as he walks to the doors, you watch as he flicks his hand and the doors swing open. As he walks out the doors, he flips his fingers once more and the door slams shut. While he was walking out there, seemed like a pretty large crowd. Not paying attention to what happened in there. Just walking about. You guys are like in the heart of the city. It'd be like being in like Times Square. Notably, he did just exit in blood. Don't worry about that. Not for you.
Mind your business.
Absolutely fucking Shakespearean, dude.
Sloan goes up to you, Volka.
I think Velka just, like, has her hands, like, on the back of her neck, like, wow.
She is trembling as she approaches.
I will hug her.
Oxton looks to you, Shrine. One less problem to worry about.
What are... Sorry, what?
Is Harwin canonically with us?
No, he's not.
God. Why is it that when I specifically need Arwen to unsoil my trousers, he is not here?
It always works out like that, doesn't it? He's so unreliable like that.
Or when I shit myself, please first
Arwen, I shit myself, please. You know what? You know what?
Make it. What do Lancelot and Arthur look like right now?
They look surprised, but also one of them was an ex-preserver. The other one was like a brutal pirate lord. So they're like, wow, that was crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. I cast setting.
Sending. Okay, what are you gonna say?
Arwen, I shit myself. I need you, please.
Merlin walks up to you or hobbles up to you. I am by no means Arwen Greywind, but maybe I might be able to assist with your boiling problem.
And now that's canon.
a little bit, just a little bit. She then hobbles up to Volka, and the blood.
Not stressed.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to end that way.
I think it is safe to say that you're in the clear for the time being, which is good.
I guess we'll see with Darkasson.
The doors open, not the front doors, but the one to the chambers, and you guys see, having to almost duck beneath the doorway. You see Vladislav. He approaches you guys. He looks completely normal. He was just surprised by everything. There is worry, perhaps, that there would be repercussions from the Santi Voci. I promise you nothing will happen to you. We will deal with Dara when the time comes.
Thank you for the reassurance.
Of course. I suggest this. You two, pointing to Sloan, and you are safest at Dara's estate. I suggest you make it high horse over there.
Understood.
There will be a carriage of house prides waiting for you on the outskirts of the city. The pathway to walk to his house. Make it there, they will take you to his home. The rest of you, I suggest you find asylum at your ship or boat, whatever you would call it. I will walk with you all. He looks to, once again, back to you, Volka. Give us a couple of minutes, and then you follow. Well, you leave. Take your time.
All right. Thank you.
He gathers the rest of the group. So everyone minus Volka and Sloan. Are you guys gonna walk with him? Okay. Yeah, he'll gesture for you guys to leave. As you guys exit out, minus Volka and Sloan, you guys are still there. The crowd outside is what you would expect from a busy fucking city, a big trading city. The heart of Elysium is swarming with foot traffic. Looks like clergy tending to spiritual guidance, vendors moving products, and people just simply walking to and fro. You see some street performers. There's a bunch of shit. A lot of shit is going on. You guys exit out or walk out into the crowd, and Vladislav just kind of starts leading you guys. Strange, because you never saw him approach the boat, but they probably got vampire CIA. As you guys are walking back to the Red Herring, is there anything you guys wanted to ask him or say to one another?
Ashland's going to cast Heroism on Eska, and he's going to ask if he's alright. On account of the fact that, he has that whole I know what is going on in people's heads, and there was a man who was just very violently died, and so he was probably very much attuned with what that man was going through as well.
He seems chill as a cucumber.
Just making sure.
He responds in your head,
Please.
I thank you for the spiritual guidance. I have seen much worse.
Just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate it, friend. I am most scared of the man we are following. Or I wouldn't say scared. Most fearful of the man that we are following. His mind is impenetrable.
Ashland thinks back to Twilight and Silas.
And then he just kind of goes silent. Was there anything you wanted to ask him, Ashland? Him being anyone?
No.
Okay.
No, that'll be it for the interaction there.
Shrine, is there anything you want to say? Perfect. As you guys are walking, he doesn't turn back to address you, he just says out loud, the Yershunen in your group, what is your name?
Shrine.
Dayu was telling me there is a sense of familiarity when she saw you. I know nothing more. Just wanted to pass on a message that she would not deliver herself.
It's from the Second Age.
Thank you.
As he's walking, by the way, he walks in kind of like a saunter. He's very fluid is what I'm trying to. He's not walking goofy. He seems to whenever he walks, it's it's not meticulous as much as just that makes sense. That's the way he's walking. His wings, by the way, have seen way better days. You're unsure if he can even fly with them. They're tattered. There's holes in them. He seems old. They are just aesthetic now. It's part of his aesthetic. I would like to once again remind you guys too, this is the vampire with the weird fangs as well, the crystal fang. The performance you saw be put on in the chambers. It was probably a surprise to most of you here. But rest assured, that is mild to what I've seen the Lambruscos have done to one another. I suggest you come to terms with the fact that you will see something equal or worse. Or not show up to court tomorrow. He's not looking for a response. Just says that as a blanket statement as you guys walk. For what it's worth, too, for the giant speakers, is giant, of course, good. You understood it, of course. But his accent is very similar to that of someone from Nordland, just ever so slightly different. Probably the fact that he's from. But just as a heads up. Paleborn.
Yes.
What's his familial name?
He's Dioflar.
I see. The same of Ice Devil fame?
Ashwell nodded.
Is the descendants just as strong as your ancestor?
My brother is of equal heart. But no, we are no match in strength.
Such a shame. They were a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield.
Indeed, much is lost.
That he continues to walk. The walk in silence. Not the walk of shame. Very different. Very, very different. Oka. Time passes. You're just chilling there with Sloan. Is there anything you want to say to her at this moment? She's just kind of like making sure you're still there. You know, like
She's okay.
that. I'm fine. You are the one that was closest to the I don't know. That was confused French
It's
mumbling.
hardly a fight.
Yeah, confused French rambling.
Just like rub her back.
I am concerned for what is in store for those who commit. What happened? I don't even know to sort it all of that.
I'm not sure either. He said something about his family getting threatened.
He scratches the back of her head. And he wants us to stay at his home after he did that?
I mean, I guess at least he's not mad at us.
Was it a offer or was it a demand?
I think it was more of a demand.
Right. Perhaps that is. Yeah, what were we saying?
I think we'll be all right there. Vladislav seemed confident.
I am starting to not like Bellissima. Or at the very least, I definitely do not like the Santi Voci.
Well, hopefully we can leave soon.
Should we try to find this carriage?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's about that time.
Who takes your hand?
Probably squeeze your hand.
I am not done. Oh no, I am not done. You leave the building, yes? Something that you are familiar with? The building?
Exiting.
You see
Yes.
the crowd. The same energy, maybe a little even more a little packed. Who knows? It is approaching probably close to the afternoon, meaning the sun is getting higher. Explain to you know that. That was the explosion noise from the sun. They cast moonbeam on that fucker, or a sunbeam on that fucker. Walking out, it is a crowded Italian street. Where is my Italian music? Oh, fun. Yeah, look at that. Fun music. Oh, fun music. Fun music. Look at
The
that.
pizza music from the Spider-Man games.
It is. All right. You walk out. It's bustling. You pretty much have to move with the people, or you're gonna get like if you try to move against the current, it's not worth your time. Oh my god, it's not worth your time. And you have like what, an 18 or 20 strength? It's not worth your time. Trust me.
Yeah.
Um,
It's go or get the fuck out of the way.
especially since you have, let's just call it what it is, dead weight attached to you by the hand. It is like
Pick her up.
pick her up,
Piggyback.
climb on spider monkey. Woo! I miss Twilight. Evidently, if you couldn't tell by the theme that's going on here. All right. I am sure you were wondering what I have in store for you. Worry not. I will tell you now. Oh, wrong song. You and Sloan are moving through the crowd, and honestly, this might be seen as like a weighted blanket of security as you're around what you can perceive as other mortals who are acting almost like a shield. You're like, well, you know, like at least if the vampires try to pit maneuver me, yeah, like you're like, well, this is better than nothing, I guess. Like, oh, look at that person. They're not actively tearing out each other's fucking limbs and shit like that. What a pleasant person they are. You get the gist. It's like this, okay. Well,
Bare minimum.
yeah, like, oh wow, that could have been worse. Thank God that wasn't happening.
The bar is in hell.
It is. Is this a song I want? No, it is not. I take back what I said. Oh yeah, there it is. Right.
And scary music.
The heart of Bellissima is swarming with foot traffic. Clergy attending a spiritual guidance, vendors moving product, and people simply walking to and fro. You're one of those people trying to exit the city, try to get to the carriage, and try to get Dara's estate safely as possible. It is much easier said than done. In the crowd, Valka, your body erupts, almost frozen, as your body erupts with goosebumps. Your hair stands up, and your breathing is panicked. You look ahead as you like turn back to Sloane to make sure she's not like, consumed by the wave of people. And you see, standing, seemingly unbothered by the wave of traffic, almost like a stone standing in the river, completely unbothered by a stream. You lock eyes with a familiar figure. You lock eyes with Elias Katzenbach. His posture, upright and adorned with fine clothing. His body very clearly shows that of Elias Katzenbach, but his eyes tell a different story. The blue irises are there, but the Solaria is dark, void-like in appearance, consumed by the rot. He stares at you in this corridor of people, staring you down. Physical, for all intents and purposes. Make me a wisdom saving throw.
What is happening? Do I want to use my luck points on this? I'm gonna use 1 luck point.
Okay, so you have like 1 left, I think, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
I rolled another 7!
No.
This is fate. I have to accept this.
Yeah. I thought it was no. The luck points count. Oh, right.
It's just a reroll.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's fate. I have to accept that.
Okay. Oh, now doubting. It was a 7 altogether?
Yeah, I have a +0. I rolled 2 7s in a row.
You are entirely entranced by this. I'm not gonna do it. You almost seamlessly like drift towards him. Your legs kind of numb as you stumble towards him. You are overwhelmed with this sense of sadness, anger perhaps, but definitely dread. He doesn't move, unlike last time when you blinked and then he was gone, or when he said the words and then was gone again. He stands before you, and you can see that his face is full of this sorrow. Almost like he's there, but the eyes just tell you a different story.
Can I do anything? Of my
You guys are not there. You guys are on the boat. Stay the fuck at the boat. This is why I separated the party. Fuck you. Sorry, Sean was interrupting me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was so... One second. That's so mean. I'm sorry. We good now?
Can I do anything of my own will?
You depending. Continue forth, and I will tell you what.
I want to try divine sensing. I want to see what this is, if it's anything I can tell.
Sure.
This is the 3rd time this has happened.
I will give it to you.
To divine sense.
You
A
get
passive feeling in Velka.
I gotcha. There is this overwhelming sense of undead.
Lovely!
Oh wait, no. This is what. Yeah. He looks down at you. You, judging based off the undead, expect this, maybe a zombified groan or something like that. There is so much I want to tell you. I am proud of your accomplishments. I witnessed your revenge against Lord Rainbridge. I've seen you grow and change as a person the short time that I've been gone. His voice speaks truth. His eyes tell you a difference. Like it is him speaking, but you're unsure if the body is. There's so much more I wish I could tell you, but I don't think I have much time.
I think Velka's just like looking at him, just taking in his words, and she's like tearing out.
Things going to change around you. There are going to be things out of your control. Know that now. But I need you to focus, being you, being your best self, being true to your heart. And I'm also sorry for what is to come. Know that I wish I could be there to help.
Trying to think of anything Velka would say right now. Just, I wish you'd stay.
He gives you a faint smile. Me too. And it looks like he's about to say something else. And then you feel a presence on your shoulders, like someone grabbing at your shoulder. This reassuring presence. You don't know who it is. You realize now that you had dropped Sloane's hand. You ran up to him.
I'm afraid if I look away, he's gonna disappear.
His eyes locked with you.
And Velka's just gonna keep staring at him. Like she acknowledges like the hand on her shoulder. I think she like reaches up and like touches it. But I think she's afraid. She's also afraid that like if she looks away, he's gonna disappear.
You watch as, although he is maintaining his eye contact with you, you watch as his form almost begins to not like crumble by any means, but just like lose its like rigidity. And you can see that what is staring back at you is very clearly this hollow vessel. The kind words now absent from it.
So it's just like the body, like he's not there anymore.
Yeah. This like puppet.
Okay. I think at that point Velka will turn to look at who I'm presuming is Sloane, beside her.
You turn around and you see,
There's tears coming out of Velka's eyes,
understandably
streaming
so.
down her face.
You turn around and you see arm wrapped around Sloane, Silas Kotzenbach.
No.
I think it is time that we have a family chat. And he snaps his fingers, and you feel the puppet of Elias grab a hold of your arm, like taking it. You're about to like walk.
Fuck, I struggle against this, I suppose. Okay, how is
You-
Silas holding Sloane?
He just has his arm wrapped like around her shoulder, like a, not like the hover hand because his hand is on her shoulder, but like close to it.
What does Sloane look like?
Probably somewhere in between abject fear and also like shitting herself.
Okay. Velka is going to fight against getting like grabbed by what I can only assume at this point is the corpse of Elias.
Hey, calm down. Calm down. Would like to remind you that I have my hand placed against you. We know what that means. Right. Process it. Process it. It's gonna be okay. We're just gonna have a talk. Nice little family reunion.
Yeah, Velka weighs her options and she essentially like gives up and just like it complies is the best word for that.
Okay, very good. Now follow me. Follow me. Take his arm. We're gonna look like a happy family. Very good. The four of you follow in the crowd. Elias and Volk following Silas and Sloane. You can see that Sloane like looks back at you at some point, and like mouths to you like, "I'm sorry," and then you hear Silas just go, "There's no need for any of this. We are simply having a conversation between us friends and family. Soon to be family, if you think about it." You guys walk through the crowd until you find a cafe, and as you guys stand outside of it, he looks at you, Volka. "You like cafes, right? What you like?" "Of course you do. Sit down." He motions to a chair.
Velka will sit down.
The corpse of Elias pulls the chair out for you.
This is disturbing. Velka says out loud.
Nonsense. Corpse Elias pushes the chair. Silas sits down. You can see that he has his hand placed on, or holds onto Sloane's hand. "Reassurance. We're just talking, but I want to make sure you won't do anything stupid. That'd be bad. Very bad. So, let's talk, shall we?" Corpse Elias sits down next to you. You guys are at like this round table sitting down, 4 chairs. "What a beautiful day out. Great day for a roast." See you. "Ramfrazine, we're friends. See, making jokes about the situations. You seem a bit annoyed, if not irritated, Volka. Have I guesstimated that correctly?"
Yes.
Good. I will keep things short. I know that you have a shorter temper. First and foremost, he turns back and turns to the server who's approaching. "Just 4 coffees, please. Nothing more, nothing less. Just coffees. I know that you like yours with a bunch of cream and sugar, but unfortunately we don't have the time." So he's referring to you.
Yeah, I figured as much. Velka only likes her coffee. I think it tastes like cake.
So, I'm sure you're wondering what is happening. Completely understandable. I'm here to tell you. There is no lying within the Kotzenbach family unless it benefits us. So, let us talk. Why am I here? Great question you might be asking yourself. Simply put, I am here on a mission for, that's right, drumroll please, the 9. Unfortunately, there's not 9 of us anymore, but that's besides the point. The name still will stick. What you call us, that's what we'll go by. What does that mean for you? What happened to my partner, Duma? They're dead. You killed them. Very good. I'm very proud of you. That means I had to find a new partner. That will be revealed at a later time. Right now, I'm here to discuss what will be happening in the nearby future. Now, you'll notice when you were speaking to my dearest baby brother that it sounded like him. It spoke like him. It was sympathetic like him. I have fantastic news. All of that was real. Not a single part of that was altered or magically enhanced. That was him. I allowed him to speak through his corpse to you at that time to, well, comfort you for what I'm about to tell you. Are you ready for my big reveal? Good.
Yes.
Good. You see, I'm going to, very soon now, this is important, so listen. You can tell all of your friends. It's a big surprise, but you won't be able to tell the rest of the plane. I'm going to use my dearest baby brother's necromancer's thread. You're familiar with this concept, being his little golem and all. I'm going to use that in combination with some other manipulation of the interstice to... Let's do an ultimate gamble. You should be familiar with gambling, with the pirate man flipping the coin, yeah? Perfect. The odds are really simple, and the game is even simpler. The game is any of those who have touched the interstice, even just the edge without even knowing it. Anyone who's ever casted a magical spell, anyone that has ever maybe come back from the dead, very few, less than those, but the general sense is anybody who has ever graced the veil to the interstice. Are you following so far?
Yes.
So yourself, your friend here, so on.
When you said your friend here, is you referring to Sloan?
Yeah.
He's touched the interstice?
Correct.
Am I dumb? Am I forgetting something?
No, you're not dumb. You're not forgetting anything, Volka. You see, he motions to the metal arm. Remember when she was, slashed off by Hugo?
Mm.
Where do you think that magic came from? That's right, interstice. Now, no need to panic, because even if that wasn't the case, you have been in close contact with her. What does that mean? Fantastic question. Like a disease, like germs. When you, someone who touched the interstice, touched another person, you've infected them. Also, through necromancer's thread, you have been affected by them directly. So everyone that you've touched, everybody that has ever been in contact with the necromancer's threads has been weaving this inescapable web. You've spun perfect plan. Everyone you've ever touched, and anyone that they've ever touched, and so on and so forth, have all now been graced by the interstice. Following so far. Good. What does that mean? What does all mean? Simple. Here is the game. Anyone who has been touched by the interstice is now going to be given a chance, 50-50. No more, no less. To escape fate. Those who succeed continue to live. Those who fail, they will perish in numerous ways. Some may appear as accidents, others will simply drop dead. But most will die in an excruciating way as the interstice reclaims the power given away, almost like the condemning rot, tearing away at the very fiber of their existence.
Why are you doing this? Why does it benefit you?
Excellent question. I was getting straight to that point. Oh, thank you so much for the coffee. He takes a sip as they get set down in front of all of you. Why would I do this? Well, let me start by saying it was technically a little bit of a lie. It isn't 50-50 for everyone. Some will be granted immunity right off the bat, while others are outright killed. So some will receive 100% escape, others 100% failure. But in the end, the vast majority, outside of the outliers, will be left up to fate. 50-50. So, why am I going to do this? You ask so boldly. Let me tell you. Magical societies will crumble at this. The preservers will see it as a sign of divine intervention, that the witnesses guided them to a new hallowed land. They will feel that they are revitalized to continue their crusade against the magical beings and creatures, as they should. And paranoia, this is the most important part, paranoia will run rampant. Magical creatures will go into even further hiding, cockroaches at home, and chaos will rule over. Even after society recovers, it will never truly be the same. This event will shape the plane for the better. We will be creating a better world. How? Great. People, those who survive, will cherish magic and realize without it that everyone is nothing more than warmongering fiends hell-bent on fucking and killing. Bloodlines of powerful magical families will be preserved, and by proxy, magic will evolve to be stronger. And in a few generations, magic will reign supreme. Why do I want this? People that have seen the weave, have touched the interstice, whatever you want to call it. Know that the fate that we are all subjected to when we die, it should be worth more than life. It should be. There is so much power that magic can offer you, an unbelievable access to your wildest dreams. You can create cities, you can create armies, but even less than that, you can watch and reshape entire terrain. You could bring back nature to raise cities. There's so much magic can do, but unfortunately, it can't do anything in the current state that it is in. It is in its infancy, and it is plagued, it is diseased. This will purify it, make it better, make it stronger. It will grow and offer so much more than it would have if we had continued down the way we're going now.
How do you know it won't just collapse in on itself? How do you know it won't just become utter chaos?
Magic is natural. Magic can and will evolve. Magic is resilient. Survival of the fittest. A simple concept. I believe magic will survive. And if it doesn't, then there is a slim chance it won't. Well, then it wasn't strong enough to begin with, and should be taken away. Either way, it is a win-win. Now I know that was a lot. I know you probably have questions, and that's fine. But just know, deep down, as you go to sleep at night, that you are not the only plague rat in this grand scheme. Wizards at the Magic University, a lot of preservers, and some others more dedicated individuals have also spun this thread. Some evil, some good-natured, and some completely unaware. They didn't know what they were doing. And that's okay. And that's why I had to take advantage. That's why I had to kill my baby brother and use his body with the innate ability to do this necromancer thread to ensure that this plan will succeed. You saw a small fraction of it, a very, very small fraction of it, in Far Away, when magical creatures were dying left and right to you. You must be familiar with this. Except at the time, the odds were much lower. It was 25%. Now, we up it a little bit.
Is he referring to the plague? Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is scary news. I'm sure of it. But I hope
You know I think you're deranged, right?
quite frankly, as much as that would normally insult me, I think you're wrong. And I think in time you will see the true meaning behind what I'm saying. I know it sounds crazy. A lot of people are going to die, but also a lot of people are going to live and realize that what they have should be cherished, which is life, granted them by magic. I know. It's a lot. It is a lot. And for what it's worth, I will benefit directly from this. From each person that dies, there will be a lot. They will directly empower. I will use simple terms. The condemning rot. The condemning rot is a entity, is the best way to put it. It is a reservoir for all those who have died to it. It is a hive mind. And fortunately, very fortunately, I have been blessed ever so lovingly by it. He looks at you. I am the very embodiment of the condemning rot. every person who's ever died to it, every person who will die to it, will directly feed me and only make me stronger, to ensure that my plan will succeed.
Is that how you came back?
Hmm?
From the rot somehow? Is that how you came back?
More or less, but I will save that for another conversation, another day, when the population of this plane is significantly lowered. I can't tell you all my secrets all at once, or I wouldn't be the interesting uncle. Now, I want you to think about what I've said. Think about everything I just said. And you won't know when this happens. I mean, you'll maybe feel deep down, oh, no, this makes sense. This is when Silas's master plan is in action. Sure. When you lay in bed with your sweetheart here, and you look into her eyes, she seems happy in the moment. You are giggling, you are whatever you're doing. And you watch as potentially the life drains from her very face. You realize that you are laying in bed with a corpse. I hope you understand that I was not joking. 50-50. Just like everyone else.
Determined who's immune and who's damned?
Hmm?
How is it determined who is immune and who is damned?
It will be determined at the point of ignition. I will not know, except for those that I have deemed to damn and those that I have deemed to survive.
So you have some control in this.
Oh yeah. And don't worry, rest assured, many, and I mean many, of the preservers will survive. Think about everyone you've ever touched. You've given them a 50-50 chance. Well,
Velka's a hugger. Damn it.
I think that
You turned this against me, you fucker.
I assume that you are angry. That is understandable. You witnessed something scary in that building, and now here you are talking with me, an entity who's probably less scary. Fine. Here's what's going to happen now. He motions to Elias, who pulls out some gold pieces to put on the table. The three of us are going to leave. Don't worry, you will stay here. I am simply going to walk away with Sloane. Do not worry, do not worry. She'll be returned to you. I'm going to take this opportunity to step away. You will find her. You will sit here. Wait a minute, wait for the person to come back and to collect their coinage. They'll be like, do you want any change? And you'll say, no, keep it. And when they come back, or when they walk away, that is the point when you can come and find her. Don't worry, she will be fine for the time being. Are we understood?
Velka sucks her teeth. She's fuming and she is furious, but she knows she cannot take him alone, and he also has an insane amount of leverage.
So, he finishes the rest of his coffee. I'm going to leave you with a parting passage from my brother and I's favorite book. It has a bit of a different tale than you might have heard. Have you heard of The Boy Who Cried Wolf?
Yes.
In Far Away, it is a bit different. At the end of it, a strange man approaches the boy, the shepherd. He says to him, "You cried wolf, so I came running. So here is my question. Am I the wolf or the savior?" Think about that. Think about that as you drink your coffee. We will see each
Velka
other.
pours it on the ground.
Think about it. And in time, think it will make more sense to you. He wheezes Sontian. Come along, darling. I have a hostage to take. She looks at you, Volka, like kind of unsure.
Volka is like she's got like a, like it's gonna be okay look. If I have to roll deception, that's fine.
No, she'll take you at your word. You can see she's crying. She stands up with him. Perfect. Come along, brother. And Elias stands up from his chair. Volka? It was so great speaking to you. I hope we could talk more about that. We could talk more like around the holidays. Perhaps. In the meantime, take care, take well, make sure you eat healthy, make sure you grow big and strong, because one day you and I will fight. I'm sure of it. Actually, no.
And I'm gonna
I'm
rip your
positive of it.
fucking head off.
You can certainly try. I expect nothing less from you. Rest assured, though, that your biting strategy won't work against you. Because remember, I'm not really a man anymore. He pats Sloane's hand. All right, just a couple moments. Enjoy the scenery. And the three of them leave, disappearing into the crowd. You have a couple moments or a couple minutes to yourself as a server, like just taking care of other things. Is there anything you want to do?
But yeah, Valka's just like rubbing her face.
The server approaches the table, and looks at the platinum piece that was put on the table. Is it okay if I bring it back in gold pieces?
Keep it.
Looks at you, a bit shocked. Are you sure it was just coffee?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. And just slips it away. You can watch as they look at the pile of brown, or the stain of brown on the floor. You guys are outside, of course. And they walk away, kind of giving you the opportunity in a moment to get up and leave. Well, is that what you do?
He said that once the server came and like gathered like payment and everything, then
Yeah.
Velka could go and find
Yeah.
Sloan, right? Then yes, Velka's going to immediately do that.
Okay. As you like walk past, like the archway that goes into this like
Let
little
her out.
cafe, you see her sitting on a lone bench not too far away from you.
Velka will run up to her. I guess just start like checking her over. Like, are you okay?
She seems obviously a bit scared. I'm fine. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
She
Oh, I have to tell Oxton.
She stands up and grabs a hold of your shoulders. Do we go tell him? I assume we tell him now.
Jeez, Dara wants us to go back to the. I can see if Dara can cast any spells. See if we can send a message.
Perhaps maybe Orwin is at the estate.
She like, you were correct. Like one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, I wasn't able to do anything.
But it is not your fault. Staring down a cannon. I'm afraid of what he said, but who knows? Maybe he was just using it to scare us.
Like he started with, the Katzenbachs, they don't lie unless it benefits them, so it's very much a possibility.
You watch as he takes one of her hands, and you can see that she was clutching onto something, and she reveals what appears to be a gold coin. With the tail side up, and she looks at you. He, before they disappeared, told me to flip a coin. And, I didn't, so he flipped it and put it in my hand. And said that, heads I win and tails I lose.
That's not gonna happen.
She, nods. Yes, go to the carriage.
Velka will like wrap like her arm around Sloane and like they start heading towards the carriage.
Sounds good. You begin to traverse the city, trying to find this carriage. That is what we're going to end the session.
He's gonna fucking Thanos snap all of Praith.